California is fighting. Another fire on the log. It's going to be another cold night.
Retired Army Lieutenant Lieutenant. Oh, excuse. Well, Joe, are we having Bertman joining us?
And you are taking a live look out over UT's campus this morning. Vulcan's fired up about the parts. The start of the season. On again, off again, lane closures and tow removals and towing away cars, I should say. Tow removals, that didn't sound right. But right here, we do have some slow-moving traffic on 190. Let's see what's going on live outside. Sorry about that. Right here, we have a delay.
Fairly unique in this city. As we say, they are not sure.
Reporting live in Boone, Brianna Harper, Channel 9 Eyewitness News.
This morning, bumper-to-bumper traffic on I-25 after a major... Good evening, everyone, and welcome to SNJ. We're going to start with this guy. Let's get right to it.
Especially late Thursday through Saturday morning. Hey, Ray. It's our floor director. She's pretty good. They see those 50s.
Battling the massive wildfires in California, the Holy Fire in the southern part of the state is now more than 50% contained. PDOT trying to make things a little bit easier on all of us for this holiday as we all get out and about today.
Yo, what up?
No lane closures that run through 6 a.m. tomorrow. What's my biggest pet peeve? Well, what?
Yeah, but then I feel like I have to monitor and then, look and see what. It's your favorite job.
Another power display by your Atlanta Braves. And, of course, we have a situation where we're going to get you downstairs now to hear from manager Brian Stinker.
Traffic looking pretty clear throughout the city, but we are still tracking a few issues. Oh, there's Corey on his phone. Say good morning. Hi, good morning.
Taken into federal custody this afternoon. Law enforcement sources are still searching for that third accomplice. Oh, it's Andy Cohen.
For fear that he was gonna start weeping when he said scam.
Oh, God.
What's the funny thing about it? Are you okay?
Oh, I got a really good fall. Are you okay? I got your glasses.
We think the heaviest wind, though, sets up to our north through portions of central Massachusetts, so I have to keep a close eye on that. And we just had the sprinkler go on here, so we're going to send it back to you guys.
Oh, Josh, you gotta tell somebody to turn those off. Thank you very much.
I saw that at the weekend.
All right, this is the 14th. So sorry. Oh my gosh, we just broke that.
Now we're gonna look back in time on this date in history, December.
Here we are. Look at this. General George Washington.
This is the lemonade. This is for my, wow, as I make a major mess everywhere. I'm a rookie, let me tell you. But what's not a rookie is you get the, I'm making a mess. Ladies, I'm going to send it back to you.
This is really, really delicious. It's got, if you like, I said, you like lemon,
Yeah.
you're gonna love this thing.
Ooh. Very.
Ha.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Oh, I don't know. Not that good, this.
Here
I'll
we
eat
go.
anything,
Give
so.
it a try. Let's see.
Mmm.
What do you think?
Well done. Well, there's like extra mark.
What's it taste? Oh,
He likes that one too.
he likes it too.
It's like a sorbet,
You know
so
what I think it is? It's those hot temperatures that we've been experiencing here in Southern California.
that as well.
Oh, you want me to taste it? Right?
maybe try it before your dog has it rather than after.
You want some?
I have it all the time.
Yeah.
Mmm.
Delicious. It's really, really good.
Let me turn this on because we were playing with this.
Yeah, this is fun.
Watch this. Hold on. I promise it works because we were doing it earlier.
And of course, now that we've
No,
been on
it's just
television,
doing
it
it.
doesn't work
I
anymore.
was just doing it at my desk. Maybe I didn't. Okay,
Why don't you just
here,
throw
you
it up
fiddle
as
with
it
this
works?
while I keep going.
These bloopers be funny as
Peter
shit.
Rodney, the magic touch. I told you it was working. You see how so it detects your hand on me, and it senses it. There you go. And Rodney's
That's
we
cool.
lost Rodney. So, come back.
It's way
So
back there.
the reason this thing is so awesome, this is ages 4 and up. So little guys can play with drones. You don't have to worry about remote controls. And this is free with the purchase of a bigger drone. We lost Rodney.
Basically, it's just a very strong low pressure system, and we can even see that here on our maps where the wind shear is. Oh,
Whoa!
Oh man.
I'm back here. There it is.
there we go. I could do weather like that all day.
Some parts of the country will stay a drop and drop.
Yo, I tried watching them. I tried watching the new Matrix movie last night. Shit was trash, yo. I kind of knew it would be trash. I kind of knew that shit, but I'm not gonna lie. I was still hopeful. I mean, I had high hopes for the 4th installment. Most movies can't make it past a trilogy, honestly. And most trilogies suck. for trying to stretch out the content too much. Sometimes you just need one movie and leave it alone. But then a movie does so well, it's like, oh, the fans want more. We gotta make a sequel. Then you make a sequel. Then you make another one. Then you make another one. And before you know it, you're like Fast and the Furious. I know one person, there's one dude I used to work with, man, I love that Fast and I've seen every Fast and the Furious movie. I'm like, bro, you're a fucking cornball. That's the kind of movies you like to watch? And I think I've watched like the first Fast and Furious. I think I've seen like the first movie. And it was okay. It wasn't like, I don't know, some over-the-top action movie, whatever. But the first Matrix was like that shit, yo. The Matrix was that shit. That shit was a defining movie for a generation of for the people being entertained and people in the film industry, as far as directing, special effects, casting, action sequences, fight choreographs. The Matrix was like definitely a generation defining movie. And I get it, because it was so good. People just want more Matrix and more Matrix. And then you had 3 Matrix movies, animated Matrix movie, which was a collection of short stories that other people just wrote, like short stories about different aspects of the Matrix, or different individuals waking up from the Matrix. The Animatrix is actually like one of my favorite installments. I'll do like the... Yo, how's it going, Gary? But I was like, the first Matrix is the best, and then the Animatrix is like really good. Like, I'll put that second, and then the second Matrix, like, that shit had me lost as fuck. I really didn't like the second Matrix, and the third Matrix was okay, but it's still like, I don't know. It's still like it still felt like they were just trying too hard. Yo, Rally, what's good, bro? 'Tis the season. But yeah, the first Matrix and the Animatrix are definitely my favorite 2 installments in the series. I love those. Had both of those on VHS. I mean, not VHS, but DVD. And then, like I say, so I went to go watch the new Matrix movie. Bruh. I think I made it about halfway through. And then I just kind of paused it for a minute. I don't know, I started looking on my phone and just paused the movie and never finished watching that shit. Yo, that's what it is, Puff. Top of the morning to you. I hope you have a productive day, bro. The first one was the first Matrix was very intelligent, yo. It's so much so I can clearly remember this shit, yo. That shit came out when I was in 8th grade. I was still in middle school. Or was I? I'm pretty sure I was in like 8th grade when the Matrix came out, because I got my computer science teacher to let us watch it in class. Let's see. Oh, the Matrix came out in '99. So I was in high school in '99. I'm in Pennsylvania, the first capital of the United States. Yeah, Pennsylvania was the capital for a while before they moved it to the District of Columbia. William Penn inherited the region from his father, who was French or English. He was an English guy. Yeah, so his father owned the territory for a while and then bequeathed it to his son. And then William Penn incorporated the region Pennsylvania into a state. I forgot when, what year. But I'm pretty sure it was the first seat of the nation's capital, where they almost selected the turkey to be our nation's bird instead of the bald eagle. Imagine if we had the turkey as our nation's bird. It's pretty cool, man. A lot of people eat turkey. Turkeys are very healthy, lean meat. We don't eat eagles. Yo, it was when they started debating over like our national flower and bird or whatever, all that shit. They really considered the turkey. They really considered the turkey. I'm an old alky Brit. My neighbors from across the pond. So, McDonald, how do you think your country is handling this Omicron variant of the 2019 coronavirus. SARS-CoV-2, whatever you want to call it, man. The Kung Flu or whatever. I think, well, I think Canada, as of today, yeah. But like you say, eagles are just like cool to look at. Turkeys are actually useful as food stocks. You know what I'm saying? You can take their feathers, and make quills out of it. But mostly we just eat them. You know what I'm saying? Utilitarian. An eagle can't eat no eagle. But I get it though. Eagle is a prettier bird. A turkey, I mean, everything is created in its own right, but a turkey is just an ugly bird. Just like a vulture. A vulture is a ugly bird. They're just ugly, man. They're not appealing to the eyes. They're not very attractive creatures. But an eagle looks majestic. It looks powerful and wise and capable and efficient. A motherfucking turkey, that bitch can't even fly. That bitch, you can't even fly. What the fuck you got wings for? So I get why we chose the eagle over the turkey, but right here, COVID live updates. Quebec limits family gatherings to 6 people as of Sunday. So this was from yesterday, the 22nd. So as of this Sunday, gatherings of 6 people only. That's a good ass question. That's a good question. That's probably why we didn't make it our national bird. Man boy, and then Jelly commented on man boys. Nonsensical comment for no reason. I've had 3 jobs so far. In your entire life? In my entire life, I've probably had I probably had like 14 or 15 jobs my whole life. You've never had a job, Jelly? That's kind of impressive. How old are you? Because I don't want a job. I don't think anyone really wants a job. People want to enjoy themselves. That's what we ultimately want. And that's why we do obtain jobs, because the way the world is structured, in order to enjoy yourself, normally you have to have some type of currency or something of value to exchange for enjoyment, but you would have to earn that doing something else. So you earn a living so you can enjoy yourself. But if we could just figure out a way to always enjoy ourselves without having to work, then no one would ever go get a job. No one would get a job. Yeah. That's why they say you gotta figure out what you enjoy doing and then try to make money doing that. You know what I'm saying? What do you enjoy doing the most? Okay, I like to paint. That's what I enjoy the most. I enjoy creating paintings. Okay, I really like doing that. How can I make money making paintings? Because this is not work to me. It doesn't feel like I'm working. I'm creating art. And so if I can get somebody to pay me for my art, then I'm enjoying myself and I can enjoy my life and I don't have to work for it. People just pay me to enjoy myself. Anima. Yeah, I gotta figure out a way to make this my constant livelihood, because I still gotta go to work, because enough people don't buy my art fast enough. And I say that's just how the world is structured, man. Bills don't fucking stop. You gotta generate some type of something of value to trade just in order to like live on this planet, which is the weirdest thing, because animals and everything else live on this planet for free, but humans, we've monetized everything, or have this concept of monetization where we can't live for free on this planet like animals do. So now, what I want to do today is work on this underpainting. I may actually try to photograph something today as well. I had another idea for a still life. So I said I might try to photograph that today while it's still fresh. All right, my palette, my photograph. You know, so the Matrix just dropped yesterday, but you already know people are going to be giving reviews on it. Let me see if I can find the goddamn.
At the handpan, but I'm worse at sleeping. No caffeine and mud water wrestling combines rooibos masala chai with turmeric.
The Matrix Resurrections is available to watch now, and if you don't agree with my opinion, don't mess with me, because I know Kung Fu. I actually don't know Kung Fu. Please don't. Hello everybody, welcome to my review of The Matrix Resurrections, which is in theaters now domestically and also available streaming on HBO Max. The movie is directed by Lana Wachowski without her sister Lily, with whom she directed the first 3 Matrix films. Wachowski also co-wrote the screenplay. This is usually where I jump into the plot of the movie, or at least a summary of it, but to be honest, this movie kind of defies description because The Matrix Resurrections is a lot of different things. One part meta commentary on the Matrix franchise.
Why you care about the Matrix? Oh, it's just one of my favorite movies. That's all. I'm not a really big movie buff. I've actually fallen away from a lot of entertainment in a couple of years. Like, I don't watch a lot of TV or movies, really. But this year I have gotten back into, like, watching more movies and series and stuff, like, on Netflix. And I do have a subscription to HBO Max. And, I don't know. It's all about writing for me. Like, I'm a really big reader. I love to read, and I think books are better than movies. And but movies are a good substitute for books sometimes if it has a well written script, and if the actors are capable enough to make the characters believable, then you can really enjoy a good narrative, which may have some morals or some truths to be told, or some understandings that you can glean from this fictional tale or non-fictional tale sometimes. And so for me, like, as a young kid, when the Matrix came out, like, I don't know. It was it really like kind of changed the way action movies were made. And it just had a really it was a pop phenomenon, and it has a really deep like fan base for the first movie, at least. And so I'm one of those people. Like it just really the story was really good. How they describe this dystopian future, which man has created himself, and it seems like, and I think Joe Rogan says it the best, but like the concept, and anybody can understand the concept that mankind always wants to improve our capabilities in technology. It's something that we have progressively done since we have become conscious. So, early man was aware enough that physically he had limitations compared to other animal species. Humans are pretty weak and soft. And so early man was smart enough to 1984. So early man was smart enough to use a stone as a tool. Amazing. He could use a stone as a tool. And now he took this and advanced it to making sharp edges and blades with a stone. And then that technology advanced. And then we have the Bronze Age and the Iron Age and the Industrial Revolution and John Steinbeck of Mice and Men. And so now, like we're at this another great technological revolution where it doesn't seem like we're slowing down. We're not slowing down. We're always consistently making things better and coming up with new innovations. And now it seems like our latest innovation of cybernetic machines, robots, and the creation of artificial intelligence is like the next thing that we're trying to maximally make efficient. So we're gonna continue Oh, I forgot the guy's name who made that. They said he faked the moon landing too. Oh damn, I can't think of his name. But so yes, it is very feasible that we may actually be able to create an artificial intelligence that's actually smarter than we are. And then what will happen if that actually occurs? What would that mean for humanity if there is something that is more intelligent than we are and capable of learning at a faster rate than we are? And then we would become subservient to our own creation. So now, this is where the whole Matrix scenario comes into play, where this dystopian future has already occurred, and mankind has lost the intelligence war. where we're not capable of outsmarting or defeating the very machines that we made ourselves. And it's like, I don't know. That was a very like deep concept for me. And even the robot overlords created a system where they would keep us in a perpetual state of sleep to use us as a battery and create this a simulation where the human consciousness thought it was actively living out a life when you really were not living out a life. I don't know. The whole Matrix concept is fucking dope as fuck to me, you know. And some things seem like they can kind of translate into real world. Just like real world situations, because it is kind of like we're already in the Matrix, yo. And most people are asleep and don't really know it. You know, most people are asleep and they really think they're awake. And they're really not. So, I don't know. So that's why I've always been hyped for the Matrix movies. But, like I say, in my opinion, every installment of the Matrix has failed to live up to, like, the quality of the first Matrix. None of them. Like I say, kind of except the Animatrix, but the Animatrix is, once again, it was like a collection of short stories from different writers, directors, artists, where all the art styles were different, all the styles of storytelling were different. So it wasn't like this one cohesive story. So, but still, yeah, the first one was, I don't know, the first one is still my favorite shit, yo. And now, like I say, watching the second one, I couldn't even finish that shit, man. It's just like, this shit don't even, they're using so much material from the first movie, like, I don't get it. I mean, I understand it's an old movie, and there's probably like some young kids now, like preteens and teenagers who've never seen the first movie. So maybe by incorporating so much actual footage and so many remade scenes from the first movie, it may entice a younger audience to go back and experience the first movie itself. But at the same time, I think this shit just seems lazy as fuck, yo. It just seems super lazy. The story they told, just how it began, it seemed like lazy writing because, well, I don't want to spoil it for nobody who never saw it. But then I wanted to listen to the review, so, but anyway, I don't know, they start out and make him a video game programmer, and so the first Matrix wasn't, how they made him conceptualize all of his memories is that the entire set of films up until this point were all video games, and that Neo is a video game programmer, and his imagination is just like so great that he was able to create these awesome video games that were almost indistinguishable from real life. And like his imagination was so powerful that he had a psychological break where he couldn't tell if he is inventing these stories or if these are like actual memories. And so they keep using like all of this old footage from the first movie and like, oh, this is a part of the video game. And you made this video game. And it's just like, what? I couldn't do it, yo. I couldn't even finish the movie, so I was like done, yo.
One part reboot, introducing newer versions of franchise characters. One part sequel, attempting to continue a story that pretty definitively came to a close at the end of the last Matrix film, The Matrix Revolutions. It's a lot of different things, which can work for a film. I just don't think it works for this film. I'm not really sure when it was decided that in order for Matrix films to matter or feel important, that they had to be needlessly convoluted. And don't get me wrong, I don't mind convoluted. Needlessly convoluted, however, is another story altogether. I feel like the Wachowskis heard about...
Bruh. Reaching hard, man. Come on, man. I can't. I'm gonna finish watching it, but like last night, it when I was watching it, it didn't grip my attention where it's like, oh, I gotta finish this to the end. This is so good. This is an excellent movie. I can't wait to see how they wrap this up. Like, it's just like, I paused that shit for a minute and started scrolling through Facebook, man, and I was just like, I turned that movie off, yo. Damn. I don't know. That shit. Damn, bruh. Damn, bruh. The end, the beginning, the middle, like they can't even wrap it up strong at the end. That's crazy, man. And I mean, I don't like every Keanu Reeves movie. He's a really good actor. He's been a really good actor for a long time, but I think sometimes he just takes roles for a paycheck. And plus, you know, he is basically the face of the Matrix franchise. Just like Robert Downey Jr. really became the face of the Iron Man franchise. And like he played Iron Man for so long that like it'll be weird when someone else plays Iron Man now. And that's how Keanu Reeves is with the Neo character. Like he's been Neo for the entire franchise. And it'd be kind of weird to like swap him up. So I get he's probably dedicated to the project. And even with the Unreal Engine 5 teaser, he even was in that, you know what I'm saying? He gave his time to actually be a part of like, you know, the engine announcement for video games. So he's a cool dude, but like, I don't know, like the John Wick series, I think the same thing about John Wick, yo. Like the first one was okay. It's just a shoot 'em up movie. The first one was okay, but then like 2 and 3 is just like so repetitive. There's nothing new. I don't know. He's just killing different people trying to get to the top of the tower or the top of the totem pole or whatever. I mean, but Stanley Kubrick. Damn, I finally got that motherfucking name, yo. From 2001, A Space Odyssey. Stanley Kubrick. Isn't that the guy who wrote and directed that shit? Stanley Kubrick. But that shit, I had a brain fart for the longest. That shit just popped in, like, out of nowhere. Like, that's his name, I think. But watching that shit to the end, bruh. I know it's gonna be tough. I'm gonna do it, though. Like I say, just because I've been rocking with the Matrix for so long, I'm gonna do it. And that's just how I am with the battle. Like, a lot of shit is not good right now as far as entertainment, yo. I waited for that Battlefield 2042 to come out. I don't really play that shit, man. I had my shit pre-ordered for months, yo, and it's just like... But that's because I'm a die-hard fan. I've been playing Battlefield for like 8-9 years or some shit, yo. So I guess a lot of the shit that I used to like, that shit just ain't popping no more, man. I gotta find new shit. Matrix, I really feel disappointed with that shit, yo. I really feel disappointed with the Matrix. Motherfuckers don't know when to quit, man. Motherfuckers don't know when to quit. Like I say, the trilogy didn't even finish off that strong. Like, why are you still trying to make another installment? I would have been good with not having another Matrix movie, man. Fuck it. Or, you know, don't do another installment. Do a reboot where it's a whole different set of characters in the Matrix or something. I don't know. I'm not no goddamn director, but like I say, halfway through the movie, I ain't like the direction that shit been going the whole time. He taking the pills, and then you glimpse him in the mirror, and he look different. Then he's having coffee with the married lady, and then you look at the table and see her reflection, and she looks different, and it's like, I don't know, man.
Much people thought first Matrix was a mind blower, and so if the sequels decided that they had to add all of these different layers in order to top themselves, when really the plot of the Matrix was pretty straightforward. People are plugged into machines, Neo can free them from the machines, Neo fights the machines. It's not really that complicated. Back in 1999, The Matrix was marketed really brilliantly with the question, what is the Matrix? And it was answered equally brilliantly in the movie. I think that's why that first Matrix movie hit with so many people. The problem is that we are now on our third consecutive sequel where the franchise is still trying to answer that original question that's already been answered pretty satisfactorily over 20 years ago. About an hour or so into this Matrix film, I was still kind of trying to figure out what exactly they were getting at, because it starts off fairly intriguing. It's got this kind of a meta feel. You're referencing the actual first Matrix, and there's a way of them saying that the movies existed inside of the world that we're seeing, so we can actually see clips of the first Matrix movies. And so you're looking at kind of self-reflexively at the first films, and then there's this question of what's real, what's not real. Thomas Anderson / Neo has a very integral part in the making of all of this, and it really does pose some very intriguing possibilities. If they had stuck with that angle, it may not have been a popular creative decision, but it would have been a pretty bold creative decision. But all of that interesting stuff is really kind of just set up so that we can get to more familiar territory with a lot of familiar names, a lot of familiar faces, a lot of familiar visuals, and a lot of sequences that are basically just restagings or a redo of things that we've already seen in the first three Matrix movies, particularly in the first Matrix film. And it all...
That's what I keep saying, like they just tried to... Did you try to remake the first Matrix? and use so much footage from it. It's just like watching the first movie. It's just like, I don't know. The more I think about it, I keep getting frustrated with this damn, like, why? You know what I'm saying? Didn't even finish the movie, but I'm already watching reviews because, like, what did everybody else think of that shit, man? Like, am I the only one? I can't be the only one who is confused here. Alright, so for this background, I think I'm gonna just make a gray and put a little bit of yellow in it. I don't know if that'll work out. But let's see though. So I'm gonna get some black, white, and yellow and try to make a gray with that. And then let's see how this goes. So I actually want to do the curtain in the back first, because I know I'm a touch all the other items on there, so I don't want any straight lines on it right now. So I'll do the cloth in the back, which is soft and wrinkly, and so I'll work on that, and then I'll come back and try to put some straight lines on there. I'll probably do the cloth backdrop, and then do the phone, and then do the CDs, the movie, and the headphones, and then do the, oh well, no, I don't know, I probably could do that like that. How everything is stacked on top of the record, it would probably be easier if I painted the record first and then paint the stack of music on top of that. It's always easier to paint what's behind, so when you're coming forward to the foreground, it'll be easier for you to sharpen up your lines without like messing up the paint too much. So yeah, so let's do that. Let's do the backdrop, then the phone, then the record, and then the music, and then the headphones. So I don't know. I want to get this blocked in today, but I may not get it blocked in today. But that's all good though, because I got a lot of time off. I don't have to go back to work until Wednesday. To have I almost got a full week off of work. So I need to text my homeboy about his walking stick as well. Let me. Oh. I really hope this tape comes off without fucking nothing up, yo. I've had it on there for a while.
It's up to an action climax that, while it does have some action, is light on the kind of action that I think a lot of Matrix fans fell in love with when they started watching these movies. And that's the part that really surprised me, because you have a star coming back in Keanu Reeves. It's not like he's been off the screen for any number of decades and doesn't have it anymore. I mean, the guy is still making John Wick movies and kicking a lot of ass in those movies. And you would think that you could figure out a way to do a lot of that stuff. You have these little bursts here and there of the Neo that we know, but most of the Neo action in this movie is just him putting his hands out like Magneto and then allowing the computer to send objects streaming around him. It's cool the first time you see it, just like it was cool in The Matrix Reloaded the first time he put his hand out and stopped the bullets. But at a certain point, it just seems like a shortcut. And it kind of surprised me, because we know that Reeves is capable of these action scenes, and it just seemed like a way to get out of doing a complicated fight sequence. I don't think that budget was a reason here. I'm not really sure what the motivation is, but it was a letdown on that front for me, because the technology, as great as it was in 1999 and then into the early 2000s with the Matrix films, is even better now by leaps and bounds, and I was hoping that we could upgrade. Instead, it's pretty similar to what we've already seen in the Matrix movies without a lot of advancement. That's not to say that the movie is without great visuals and action. It is. It's just that most of that is given over to new characters that we're just now meeting, which really begs the question, if you're going to give the cool parts of the movie to the new characters, why not just reboot the franchise altogether? Of all of the franchises that you can do it, The Matrix is the easiest to really just say, hey, we're pressing the reset button and starting over with a new group of characters. Yeah. It seems like this movie is kind of in a no man's land, where it wants to introduce new characters that we like, but at the same time, it wants to cling to these older characters and yet not really give them a whole lot meaningful to do.
Hey guys, check this out. If you own a home and you don't have one of these Generac PowerCell home batteries, you could be at risk of losing power this summer. This is the Generac home battery, which is charged by my solar panels. If the power grid goes out, this will flip on and allow me to keep the lights on and certain appliances running while my neighbors are left in the dark. My name is Ben, and I'm the Chief Sales Officer here at Power Home Solar. And as you can see, I practice what I preach, because
Carrie-Anne Moss also returns as Neo's own chosen one, Trinity, and this is another character that the movie burns a lot of screen time trying to figure out what to do with. And as we build to the end, there's an evolution to her character, which I think is pretty cool, but it is so drastic and crammed so far into the end of the movie that you can barely register what's happening before the credits start to roll. It's pushed so late into the movie that it kind of feels like a slight, almost like an afterthought, and it begs the question again of, why aren't you giving these characters more room to breathe? The movie's a bit of a paradox in that it's 2.5 hours long, but sometimes it drags, and at other times it crams so much into a short amount of space that you wish you had more time with some of the more interesting parts of what they're doing with these different characters. Part of it, I think, is that this movie is a tonal mess. The first section of it is almost a satire. You could say one step away from a spoof of the franchise itself. I mean, Warner Brothers is specifically name-dropped at the beginning of this film, and there's almost this thing about sequels and why you do sequels and being forced into doing sequels, which I don't necessarily think was the point here. I don't think that was the real life story. There's almost like a snarky tone to it, like they want to turn the idea of a Matrix sequel on its head. That extends to the end credits. There is a tag at the end of the credits, FYI, but that tag could very well have been at the end of a comedy film and not exactly the film that we watched, because it's attached to the first part of this film. So you start off on that foot, and again, if you want to go that direction, that's fine, but then they sort of abandon that. Then, as I mentioned, we go onto parts that are kind of a redo and a reset up of things that we've already seen in other Matrix movies. And I was along for the ride. I tried to stay on board, and I wanted to go with the momentum of this film, but every time it seemed like they did pick up momentum, it was time to stop down for 10 minutes to explain why we're picking up momentum, how we're picking up momentum, what is the meaning of momentum, where did momentum come from? And then we go on from there and we kind of ramp up again, and then we stop again and talk. It's kind of the worst instincts that we had from these sequels. Sometimes you can just let a movie be, and you don't have to sit and explain every single thing or do these big revelations in these 10-minute or 5-minute long dialogue scenes. I think that's also part of it. You have the mixture of tones, which can work if they're blended correctly, but I don't think that they are, particularly in this film. You have this very inconsistent tempo, pacing, which again can work if you're able to blend them well, but I don't think that they do in this movie. And it makes the movie feel just very herky-jerky. There's not really a whole lot that I can fault with the performances in the film, in addition to Keanu Reeves and Carrie-Anne Moss returning. Yahya Abdul-Mateen II co-stars as what seems to be a younger version of Morpheus. Jonathan Groff plays Neo's boss, who also shares certain similarities with a black-suited agent from Neo's past. Jessica Henwick plays the most compelling of the newcomers as Bugs, who attempts to convince Neo to exit the Matrix once again. And Neil Patrick Harris plays Neo's analyst, whose sole motivation appears to be dispelling the delusions that his client is experiencing. There are also a couple of familiar return faces, who I won't spoil here, or actually maybe not so familiar because their appearances are definitely altered drastically, and some all too brief appearances from actors like Christina Ricci and Priyanka Chopra Jonas. I didn't hate this movie. I'd say that I liked it a little bit less than I liked The Matrix Reloaded, and a little bit more than I liked The Matrix Revolutions, which I don't really care for at all. But I don't think that any of these movies still can hold a candle to that original Matrix film. More than anything else, this movie kind of confused me, and not in the sense of I didn't quite get the plot, although there were times where I didn't quite get the plot, but more in the sense of what they were really trying to get at. What's Lana Wachowski trying to say with this movie? The other Matrix films, even the sequels, convoluted plot-wise as they may have been, were still fairly straightforward about what they were trying to say. Here we have the meta element combined with the sequel element, combined with the reboot element, and none of it really meshes together into one coherent whole. It's really hard to buy this movie as a critique of the Matrix franchise when it's also trying so hard to be a part of it. You can't make a joke about diminishing returns while also putting on display those same diminishing returns. Most of all, I think this movie just represents a missed opportunity. It's entertaining enough, it's interesting enough, but as for what the point was, other than a very haphazardly thrown together happy ending for some of our characters, I don't really know why it was compelling to make this movie in the first place. It reads as neither commentary nor meaningful addition, which really leaves it as just sort of an oddity. And I'm sure that there are a lot of fans who will enjoy the return to this world and will enjoy seeing Neo and Trinity and some of these characters, some of these spaces, and this fighting style, the cinematography, etc. again. But unfortunately, I wasn't one of them. And if anything, opposite to what I had hoped, which was that I wanted to jump back into the Matrix, this movie just proved that it's time for me to unplug once and for all. So those are my thoughts on The Matrix Resurrections. Not a terrible movie, but not one that I particularly enjoyed either. You catch it in theaters and also on HBO Max right now if you're in the US. You can also check release dates and streaming options internationally. What did you think? Did you see The Matrix? Was it a welcome return to that world? Let me know down in the comments below. And as always, thank you so much for watching. If you want to see even more of what I'm up to, you can check me out on Patreon at patreon.com.
The great challenges of this world is knowing enough about a subject to think you're right, but not enough about the subject to know you're wrong.
The 21st century has well-trained scientists, a global network of experts in anthropology, history and culture, and the latest technologies. There seems to be a conclusive explanation for everything, yet there are finds that leave researchers baffled. We present 10 incredible finds that scientists still can't explain. Are you fascinated by mysterious things and archaeological discoveries? Then give us a thumbs up, subscribe to Hidden Worlds, and join us on our journey. Imposing buildings with mysterious origins. Few people are familiar with the Kailasa Temple, yet the 18.5-meter high and 60-meter wide structure in the Indian state of Maharashtra is no less imposing than the pyramids of Giza. For years, researchers assumed that it would take 18 years to build, until doubts arose. An estimated 400,000 tons of hard basalt had to be removed for the construction. At 12 working hours per day, that would be an incredible 5 tons of removal per hour, using only hammer and chisel. The construction time is not the only unresolved issue surrounding the Kailasa temple. Despite intensive excavations, scientists found no tools near the temple. How the narrow canals for the irrigation system were created is unclear. They are too narrow for a human, and mechanical drilling devices would not be invented until centuries later. Regardless of the many unanswered questions, historians agree on one thing: the Kailasa temple is an architectural masterpiece. The clay tablets of Glozell. In 1924, a 17-year-old boy finds a cave containing artifacts in Glozell, France, and sets in motion one of the most controversial scientific debates of the 20th century. The amateur archaeologist Antonin Mollet wrote an article together with the finder Emile Fraden, calling the site the oldest excavation site in the world. An amateur and a farm boy. Anthropologists remained unimpressed. Initial scientific investigations disagreed about the age of the artifacts. Opinions also differed on the authenticity. Later excavations in 1983 and 1995 used new technologies, but still came to different conclusions. An annual panel commemorates the excavation site. The organizers hope that one day they will be able to shed light on the matter. Whatever conclusion modern science comes to, one person will not live to see it. Fraden, who started it all, at the age of 103. Cemetery of the Fine People. An inconspicuous piece of land in 1974 on the island of Sardinia, a farmer plows his field and comes across a find that makes the Italian Mediterranean island the center of archaeology overnight. Researchers uncovered sandstone sculptures that became known as the Giants of Monte Prama. The groundbreaking find shed new light on Sardinia's cultural status in the Bronze Age. Apparently, it was the local Nuragic culture, and not that of the ancient Greeks, that first created freestanding sculptures to honor deceased aristocrats. Scientists unearthed thousands of relics until research funds ran out in 1979. 30 years passed until archaeologists returned to the site in 2014. Ground-penetrating radar revealed 8 hectares of land that had not yet been investigated. It remains to be seen what secrets the cemetery will reveal in the years to come. Mysterious signs of an ancient culture. It seems to be a normal day for workers in the Jordanian capital, Amman, where they start building a highway to the city of Zarqa in 1974. Their working day comes to an abrupt end after they come across an ancient excavation site. It was the beginning of investigations whose results shed new light on the history of the region. Scientists excavated numerous statues of different shapes. The finds included life-size full-body sculptures and busts, some of which had 2 heads. The limestone and clay figures seem to have been buried ritually. It remained unclear who they were modeled on. Astonishment spread when the statues were dated to the 7th millennium BC. This made it possible to precisely classify the early Neolithic settlement there in the corresponding era. In addition, the statues found at Ain Ghazal marked the beginning of artistic and sculptural craftsmanship in Mesopotamia. Tool with unclear function. The Archaeological Museum of Heraklion in Crete counts special artifacts among its exhibits. They are huge axes that reach several meters in height and tower far above any human being. The double axe, the so-called labras, played an important role in the Bronze Age. In the period from 3000 to 1450 BC, it was a tool for working the fields in the Minoan culture, which was mainly represented on the Greek island of Crete. Scientists are still unable to explain why the axes are oversized. They could not be used as tools, at least not by a person of normal height. Are the huge axes of Minoans an indication of giants? An interesting theory that is doubted by researchers. They assume that the oversized double axes were created for the worship of Minoan deities. Scientists have not yet been able to find evidence for this purely symbolic function of the giant axes. Proof of the existence of giants. The odachi, a sword with a curved blade, dates back to 15th century Japan. The typical length of a blade was 1 meter. The find of the Norimitsu odachi, whose length is 3.77 meters, is all the more astonishing. With a proud weight of 14.5 kilograms, it could not possibly have been wielded by a human. Is it another indication of the existence of giants? Unlike the giant axes of the Minoans, the purpose of the Norimitsu odachi is unclear. Because of the long, awkward blade, it had to be carried on the back. Its popularity quickly declined and it disappeared from the hands of the troops. A symbolic function to honor war heroes is unlikely with the odachi. Scholars speculated that a blacksmith once used the huge sword to demonstrate his craftsmanship. What the real purpose of the Norimitsu odachi was remains
You gotta pack hot dogs in the kitchen, toss them in the trash. Do this instead.
a mysterious linen book. The Liber Linteus is an old linen book in which a mummy was wrapped. In German-speaking countries, it's also called the Agrama Mumienbinde. Agram is an obsolete name for the Croatian capital Zagreb, who is in possession of the mummy. The building speculator Michael von Barak brought it back from a trip to Egypt in 1849. 18 years later, when Barak had died, his brother bequeathed the mummy to the Agrama Museum. Researchers there examined the mummy bandage and recognized Etruscan writings. 12 columns stretch across a 3.4-meter-long linen cloth and make up a ritual calendar. The book had been dated to 250 to 100 BC and wrapped around the wife of an Egyptian tailor. Was she wrapped in writings for a specific reason? Did the linen book have a specific meaning? Or did the undertakers just run out of normal mummy bandages? Researchers are still working to answer these questions today. High art or clever imitation. The Lay of Elche is a bust found in 1897 in the town of the same name in Spain. It resides in the National Museum of Archaeology in Madrid. What is special about the Lady of Elche is the multicultural influence she displays. The shape of her face follows Greek aesthetics, while her clothing is clearly of Iberian origin. The jewelry points in a completely different direction and refers to the North African city of Carthage. Since its discovery, scholars have argued about its authenticity. Doubters cite the dating to the 5th or 4th century BC as evidence of a replica. How can a bust made of simple limestone, unprotected and exposed to weather, remain immaculately preserved for several decades? A question that does not matter to the people of Elche. They have been fighting for years for the return of the Lady of Elche to her hometown. Wrath of a deity. In the middle of the 19th century, workers found an imposing stone statue near the Mexican town of Coatlinchan. It was dedicated to Tlaloc, one of the most important gods of the Aztec culture. The monolith, 7 meters high and weighing 152 tons, was exposed to the weather without protection. When researchers prepared it for the transport to the National Museum of Anthropology in Mexico City in 1964, they found it in perfect condition. Connoisseurs of Aztec culture were not surprised. After all, Tlaloc was the god of the tide and ruler of rain and wind. They were all the more concerned when they saw how quickly the stone statue was decaying in its new place. How could these few years take such a toll on a monolith that had survived several decades without damage? The answer seems obvious. By removing it from its original place of homage, the people had incurred the wrath of Tlaloc. Whatever is behind the statue's rapid decay, in 2014, anthropologists began restoring the imposing statue. Mayan artifact or clever deception. In 2011, a murmur went through the world when the discovery of numerous stone tablets in Mexico was announced. The artifacts were attributed to the Maya. This ancient advanced civilization was the talk of the town at the time. The Mayan calendar prophesied the end of the world in December 2012. Through the clay tablets, researchers and lay people hoped to gain a deeper insight into the events that would await us at the end of 2012. Among the stone tablets was one that seemed to represent the cosmic being Cthulhu. It became famous through the American writer H.P. Lovecraft and was considered a fictional creation of the writer. Do the stone tablets found prove that Cthulhu is more than the invention of an author? If not, by whom and for what purpose were the stone tablets forged? These questions are still the subject of heated discussion between scientists and conspiracy theorists. It's astonishing how many finds science still cannot explain today. Is there an artifact we missed in our video? Tell us in a comment how you liked the video and what your theory is on the many open questions.
Hey, it's Danielle here at 4 Patriots with some really great news. Our all-time best-selling 3-month travel food kit is finally back in stock, and I'm thrilled to tell you it's better than
Everybody, and welcome to this documentary on Timeline. I'm Dan Snow, and I want to tell you about History Hit TV. It's like the Netflix for history. Hundreds of exclusive documentaries and interviews with the world's best historians. We've got an exclusive offer available to fans of Time Warp. If you go to History Hit TV, you can either follow the information below this video or just Google History Hit TV and use the code TIMELINE. You get a special introductory offer. Go and check it out. In the meantime, enjoy this video.
Roughly 1/3 of the planet shares the same common belief that Jesus Christ, the Son of God, was born on Christmas Day, died on a cross, and was resurrected by the power of God.
But the angel said to them, "Do not be afraid. I bring you good news of great joy."
The story of Jesus gives meaning to Christian lives. That binds their faith and guides their actions.
I warn you, he is Christ the Lord. This will be a sign to you. You will find a baby wrapped in cloths.
Shit. The one man who has devoted his entire life to Christianity has concluded there is absolutely no evidence an historical Jesus ever lived.
Christianity made a rather fateful error in the early centuries of its life, in which it took the message which it had and literalized it. Where and how the whole thing actually crystallized and took shape into what we now know as Christianity is still veiled in a mist.
A dark mystery locked away for millennia in the strange code of an ancient stone. Its secrets contain the discovery of a new story of Jesus Christ, one written 3,000 years before his birth.
Ordinary people suspect there's a lot more there to be told that they haven't been told. And the truth is that there was cover-up.
A cover-up Tom Harper believes was designed to protect the Christian church and to mask the true identity of Jesus Christ. In the town of Bethlehem, a narrow passage burrows deep into a wall of stone. It leads to one of the most secret places on earth. Christians come here, as they have for centuries, to celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ.
The story started when Jesus was born here in an inn, grotto, stable, inside inn. The first Christians observed this place by building inside it a place for prayer. Now we're going to visit the grotto of the Nativity, where Jesus was born.
It's a story now 2,000 years old. A story that begins with a virgin birth in its cave on December 25th. A divine birth heralded by a star in the sky. According to Christian belief, this is the exact location where the Son of God was born. And for Christians the world over, it's also the place where their faith begins. But it's also the center of an ongoing controversy, a flashpoint for those who question the very earthly existence of Jesus.
You maybe have a history, but is it historical? I never asked a question before.
Tom Harper has been an ordained
Sure.
Okay,
You got him now. You got him. There's only one problem with the position.
No, not the problem. No.
Where's
Always
the
a
problem?
You'll see.
Don't let him psych you out. There you go.
He's making it up.
You gotta help him. Help your brother.
Ready?
Just hit the clock when he's not looking for your brother, and maybe he has a chance.
You've been asking me about the game. Like, what do you want to see? Which card is it?
Nice move. He's doing better than him.
All right. Remember your technical development, though.
Develop, baby, develop.
Alright, so here's a perfect example of the brush holder at work. So I'm using just a few colors here. Some darker colors, well, the dark color is black. And then my light colors here. So I'm trying not to get like too much of the lighter color on this brush. So instead of like having to wash my brush out, I can just boom, set it there. Pick up this brush, which is still active. It still has the lighter color paint on it, so I can still utilize it as such. And then when I need to go back to the darker colored brush, I'll set that down, grab that back up. When I actually want to go like this. Like that.
Interesting. Who would have thought? You did.
Then pick that back up.
It looks like a drop. Beautiful. Well, that's fine.
Is that too low? It might be too low.
Oh, nice.
Sure.
Okay, this is
You got him now. You got him. One problem with the position.
No, not the problem. No.
Where's the problem?
You'll see.
Don't let him psych you out. There you go.
He's making it up.
A little bit off there. Just what I would have.
It's pretty advanced. Don't worry about it yet.
I thought it was something they call here when I go here.
Yeah, he figured out the problem.
Hey, there you go. Yeah, he can't possibly. Yeah, that, well, yeah. It can't hurt?
It shouldn't be
Okay,
bad.
could hurt.
Good job, Kalani. Stacy just...
You're doing better than most of us, Kalani, okay? Trust me.
More gentlemen. Why is a gentleman? I can't say anything, right? No, I'm not sure spot on, Carlini. Okay, get the spot out. Carl got lucky 11 times in a row. Quiet.
That's right.
Ask for a hint, maybe.
Stay alive. Just play.
Yeah, that's not good.
Interesting. Okay, maybe not so. What? Yes, I do. I do exactly. I do. What?
Yo, this little kid is a fucking badass, yo. My bad. I'm sitting there watching chess a little bit. Yo, what up, Shaman?
Interesting.
Yeah, I thought they didn't go to trial until February. When do they supposed to go to trial? Cause okay, so they got hit with like 9 charges of felony murder. All different kind of damn, I forgot, like they had 9 charges on them. The one dude who shot him got all 9 charges. The pops got 8 charges, and then the neighbor got like 6 charges. But like 4 of them was like felony murder, and I think the first dude got 1st-degree murder. And then, like you said, they were gonna get charged with this to come back and see if it was a hate crime or something like that. But I thought that was at a later date, yo. I thought that was like in January or February they were gonna do that. But I wouldn't doubt if they just go ahead and hit him with the hate crime too, bro. Like, y'all already know, man. Y'all already know, man. Dude's black. Y'all ain't want him jogging around your neighborhood. Supposedly your neighborhood. So, what you do? You, instead of immediately calling the cops, you go chase this dude down, and then I think the pops called the cops, like right before his son shot the guy, yo. And then he called the cops and didn't like try to really communicate what was going on. I hope they get hit with the fucking hate crime shit, man. But either way, all the murder charges they got, them motherfuckers ain't seeing the light of day, bro. The motherfucker about to do 60 years. They're about to give him like 3 consecutive life sentences or some shit, yo. With no chance of parole. Okay. Okay. Blocking it in, blocking it in. You surprised what? Did they even got charged? Yo, what up, what up, what up, what up? I think this is too low. Well, I had it lower because I was streaming on Instagram too, yo. I'm doing the dual stream. So if I raise it up some, I might go on I might do a Facebook Live real quick too. I don't know. I think like right before they passed that Asian hate crime bill, like some of those people who were like beating up Asians were charged with hate crimes, if I'm not mistaken. But very recently, somebody, I think the that one guy who shot up, like it was like some salons or spas. I think it was a spa. He went to like 2 different spas and killed like some Koreans or something. And they caught him live. They caught his ass though. Did they? Oh, Derek. I don't know if he got charged with a hate crime for Floyd. I don't know. That is a good. I don't know if he got charged with a hate crime for that shit. But I know that I'm pretty sure that dude who shot up them Asian people, they got him with hate crime. But they should, that group of guys, they should definitely get hate crime taxed on to that fucking Ahmaud Arbery shit, yo. Word up. Nine-year-old chess probably beat this guy too.
But you can fake it too.
And take the rook.
Take the rook and then interpose with your rook again. That's what the crowd wants. And interpose. Interpose with your rook. You have to block with the rook.
bro.
Tell me the big words.
So you get something.
Look, I'm using the biggest words I got. Bishop back. Bishop back in prayer.
Make it so you Bishop can move.
Oh my. Alright. This is the most interesting game of the day. This is
Yeah,
not.
I also don't have that much time.
But you made it to the end game.
First end game. Nice, go on.
Come on, Delaney, stay with it. Don't worry, stay with it.
We'll talk later. Okay, a lot later. That's it.
Nice.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Yeah,
We'll
no.
talk later. Delaney, good job.
He kind of let the young boy get that one a little bit. He ain't want to hurt his ego. I feel it though. Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Stuck on the gun, I will also try my hand.
Man, y'all guys watch the Matrix movie? What y'all think about that, yeah?
The rocket equation. It's a beautiful
Come
thing.
on, let me skip the commercial. Jeez.
No astronaut.
All right. Oh, the audio on this is really low. I don't know, man. It's just chess is. I'm not great at chess. I wouldn't say I'm horrible at it, bro. As soon as you know like the basic moves, you can't say you're horrible, because I mean, you got a bunch of different pieces that move it all different ways, and as soon as you can understand the fundamentals and the basic concepts of strategy, then you're not horrible. You're only horrible at chess for like your first 2 games, maybe. And then you're just really bad at it. And I'm definitely not a formidable chess player by any means. I would never like enter some kind of like state contest or anything. Nothing even local, but I do enjoy it. Still very, very amateurish at it, but I enjoy playing chess. I lose a lot, but losing at chess is actually learning. If you lose, you learn. And it just teaches you like to think a little bit faster, and like the strategy of it all. You have to predict another person's thoughts, yeah, like literally. And it's like I say, it seems like a lot of pieces. You have 8 different pieces, but then at the same time, it's not a lot. So you're limited to a certain amount of moves that you can make, and so you're trying to predict what your opponent is thinking, at the same time trying to counteract their prediction, at the same time trying to calculate how many moves it will take for you to either maneuver yourself in a position that gives you the upper hand, or for you to maneuver your opponent into a position that puts them at a disadvantage. And so just the whole like the whole concept of chess is like so appealing. And the Matrix movie, man, I don't know. I didn't even finish it, bro. I started watching it and I couldn't make it all the way to the end, man. That shit was just, I don't know. I think they could have just left that shit on the shelf, man. Just leave it alone. It's done. Like I say, at least with those characters, if you want to reboot it, jump back into Matrix, start it back over with a whole new set of characters and a little bit of a different story plot, I'm all for that. But trying to like add on to the same plot and characters, like, y'all killing it, man. You're killing it, bro. Shit, don't kill the fucking Matrix, man. But, you know, the Matrix is what it is. I just wish, I don't know, I wish they would have just left it alone. That could probably be a little bit darker. Or something like that, maybe. Just working on blocking this underpainting in. Adding to the adding to my new still life series, actually. You know, I love painting portraits. Yo, what up? Hey. Love painting portraits, but I don't know, I've been wanting to redo the still life for a while now. My older still lifes are more traditional still lifes. I've done a lot of like teapots and stuff like that. Like I actually have like a whole little series of teapot still lifes that I've done. Yeah, the underpainting is oil. But yeah, I've done a lot of still lifes. But I've always thought like, why do I don't know, why does a still life always have to be like a bowl of fruit or a vase with some flowers or, you know, some teapots or something, which are all cool and beautiful, and they're pieces of art in themselves. But like for a long time, I'm just like, yo, why don't I throw something else up into this still life, like a video game controller or some music or something, some records and stuff, you know? And I've kind of seen like other people attempt, you know, more contemporary still lifes. So I just wanted to approach it from my angle as well. And so, yeah, the last two pieces that I finished, game night and no, movie night and game time, are like the first two installments of this still life series. And I think I have one more. So far I have movies, video games. This one is music, and I may do one with toys, which is, I already photographed it. It's not a very strong photograph, but then at the same time, like, I don't know, I've already added the video game element into one of the pieces, which is a toy. Video games are just toys. And so I wasn't sure if I should do another one, like, focused on a different type of toy, like older handheld, like, toys. I have this old, like the old wooden horse, like the horse on the stick. You just put it between your legs and gallop around like you're riding a horse. I want to incorporate older stuff into my art just to show the change in times and fads and trends, and most of all, like, technology, how advanced we are from our parents and our grandparents in just like 2 generations. Yo, that was like some real weird shit when they actually said Warner Brothers in the movie, and then they said it too in the Unreal 5 engine, the Matrix tech demo. They was like, who? It was like marketing, never trust marketing, and it was like, why are you guys like breaking, not necessarily breaking the fourth wall, but kind of, and, you know, bringing the real world into this created universe. And so they talked about the marketing team and the tech demo, and then in the movie they talk about the production studio itself making the film if they wanted to or not. And it's like, how is this adding to the franchise? Once again, man, I'm a major Matrix fan. I've seen all the movies and everything, the Animatrix and everything, but it's just like nothing really compares to the first one. I've watched the subsequent installments because the first one was so good, and they've never actually been able to recreate that feeling again. So I don't know. I thought maybe they'll come back strong with this one and No sir. Like I said, they hype everybody up with the little free to play tech demo and just like, well, this is a waste of time. Yo, Shell Shock, what up, bro? My bad. My bad. Yo, I'm on YouTube right now too, guys. If y'all want a better view of the artwork, if y'all just chilling for a little minute, definitely try to go to the YouTube channel. Check it up over there. I just did an Instagram live stream for a few minutes. Do a little Facebook live stream for a few minutes. Just trying to share the art. You know what I'm saying? Just share the art. Hey, people, my beautiful people out there. I just want y'all to see some beautiful art from a beautiful black man. You know what I'm saying? And that's it. That's all. That's all I'm doing this morning. Working on this painting, man. So I'll be here for a few more minutes, then I'll stop this stream because I got my homies in the YouTube stream with me. Oh damn! I put my finger in the paint. Put my finger in the paint. That's what amateurs do. Alright, so we just trying to block this background in. This is gonna be a hella dope painting though. Feels like I need a bigger brush. I'm definitely gonna have to add some more white to my palette. I done burnt all that up already. It's gonna be really bright right here. Yo, the volume is so low on this chest game, like, you can't really hear what they're saying. Go to a commercial, that shit loud as fuck, son. Alright, we're gonna find something else to watch. They show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. Damn.
Are reportedly running rampant in a Venice community. The Jacaranda West Country Club Village has recently reported wild dogs tearing up residents' yards.
And if you're making last-minute dinner plans, you may have a hard time getting in some of the cities and some of the city's top spots.
Bernie, I would love to see my meat in your mouth. So I've got a burger ready to go for you.
As I said, the ambulance just left, the fire truck just left, and there's a firefighter there right now. But everyone is out. We're live tonight.
Make his first appearance. But in this case, LaBeouf did not have that.
Coming up, I'm right here in Times Square, and I know he's here somewhere, and I cannot wait for the moment I can say I met.
Good morning.
It is Thursday, March 13th. You are Marcia.
I am. I almost jumped you there. Sorry about that.
Okay. You can drop me anytime. Not that way. Not that way. You know what I meant.
It is another soaker around Western Washington, and we're going to get a look at how that will affect your morning.
I'd be happy, man. Rangers to me are a sinking ship.
And we'll check back in with Tom in just a little bit. In the meantime, that rain is definitely...
Reporter Kristen Thorne is in Smithtown in Suffolk County tonight. She continues.
I'd compare winter to be the Justin Bieber seasons. It was kind of cute and exciting when it first started out, and now it's a bit obnoxious and should probably just stay in Canada.
I said, what are you doing running? And you're saying it was really good out? It's the perfect texture for running. Very low impact on its dry snow so your feet don't get wet. We've seen a lot of people out here, like you said, running, sledding, just enjoying it. One thing, oops. That can happen.
Let's bring in Weather Channel meteorologist Mike Seidel. He's in Sugar Mountain, North Carolina. Hi, Mike.
Not Sugar Mountain.
Why? Well, obviously, Mike not quite ready for us, but let's turn to some other news we're following on this Saturday night.
Mike said, why you got to turn around?
The Super Bowl commercial. Did you get a lot of reaction to that Super Bowl commercial?
What Super Bowl commercial?
Oh, you know what? I didn't. My mistake.
You're as crazy as the people on Twitter.
Right. That's my fault. I know that. That was my fault. My mistake. You know what?
We don't all look alike. You're
crazy.
all black and famous.
You are guilty.
Facebook is down. We're expecting this to, trend on Twitter any moment. Here's the screen grab we have from our newsroom where people are unfortunately having trouble getting on. I got on, but nothing's uploading. Nothing is updating. It just allowed me to send a friend request, that's all. And in all seriousness, on Twitter, I just went and checked. Right now, hashtag Facebook down, trending. Facebook says they're working on getting it fixed soon. But
the panel said it welcomed the apology, but said some of the financial costs could have been avoided. Caroline, thank you.
He says what you're doing is you're doing down the departmental spending because you need to find deeper cuts in spending in government departments. So in real terms, that means spending on things like schools and hospitals. I might give up on that.
Our royal correspondent Nicholas Richard has the details at Balmoral for us now. Nicholas, what did it say?
What?
And certainly if we look at, the change in complexion of this cabinet compared to the last one, the one yesterday, and what we can see is that
Adam,
so-called
do you want to take a pause?
Yep.
Do you want to take a pause?
No,
Because they've been talking non-stop. You okay?
No, I just want to fly, that's all right. But
there was an old woman.
Covered that.
I didn't make anybody stay here until 7 a.m. or 11 or whenever it is everybody finally. I didn't make this kid pass out on my floor. People wanted to be here.
Louis Slungpugh, I hope I pronounced the last name correctly. Oh, thank you very much. What can you tell us about this? Or is it something you've ever seen before like this?
We had a pressure break around sunset, and the cherry bomb must have popped through the top of the pipe and just blew the bottom right out of it. It was either a cherry bomb or someone took a really large dump, you know?
Are you 100% sure about that? Is
That's a fake call.
Oh, we lost him. I'm sorry about that. We hope to get him back.
It was great. And apparently, I've never been on live television before, but apparently sometimes I don't watch the news. Because I'm a kid, and apparently Grandpa just gives me a remote after we watch the Powerball.
What did you think about the ride?
Well, it was great. Why? Because apparently you're spinning around, and apparently every time you get dizzy, that's all you do is get dizzy. Yeah. And I've never ever been on live television. I never ever be on live television.
Are you excited?
Yeah, apparently I only went down the super slide. When I went down the water, I was scared half to death. I just freak out.
الأسواق الصاعدة هل هي بالفعل ما زالت صاعدة؟ فهي مبتدئة.
Very, very strong. West Preston in the mix, Northcote Park in the mix, and I think everyone's enjoying just how even and how good a league it is this year.
حاول أحد الموجودين الاقتراب من الرصيف البحري لالتقاط الصورة إلا أنه تعثر بشكل مفاجئ وسقط عن الرصيف البحري.
So I'm going to hand the phone over to my buddy Danny here, and go Wildcats.
All right, hey, Paul, get you inside. Enjoy that game. We'll see you back here at 10 o'clock. Thanks so much.
If you love drama, then you're a very happy person tonight. Never a dull moment with these Kings. At times it looked like it wasn't going to happen. Then an incredible moment occurred late in the second overtime against the Rangers.
Számmal érkeznek a további üzenetek. Idős Balázs Lajosnak születésnapja alkalmából gratulál.
Như vậy thì esse equipamento causou um curto-circuito no transformador e o próprio sistema daí desligou esses circuitos para que a falha não se estendesse ainda mais.
Ainda há risco de ter mais algum apagão aqui em Pouso Alegre, na nossa região?
Não, o nosso produto ele é exposto.
Petrania Plus One has been there all day, so Petrania is party in full swing yet?
It is definitely in full swing. It's close to 9 o'clock as thousands of people are out here. It's like New Year's Eve out here in downtown Summerlin. A lot of people are here celebrating. Governor Brian Sandoval was even up here in this part of the valley.
Serious technical difficulties with our audio system, and for some reason this is the only audio that works right now, but we want everyone to know that we are frantically working on this situation. For some reason we are experiencing some serious technical difficulties with our audio system, and we hope you'll bear with us as we iron out this situation. But that's the thing with this morning show. You never know what to expect. But while I'm on the air here, let me tell you the latest on this situation on the Mag Mile. We have some seriously high wind gusts in the Chicago area today through 3 o'clock this afternoon.
This tops it all. This tops the fake plane crash. This tops everything.
Good afternoon from the 7 Newsroom. I'm Jacqueline Felgate.
Now the store will remain open throughout the repairs. Police tell us they are still looking for those 8 suspects. Reporting live in Southwest Atlanta, Angelique Proctor, Fox 5 News.
Angelique, thanks. Next at noon.
It will also help the country rebuild.
Gone in a split second, barely off the launch pad.
It's really a cool environment, guys. So we're going to send it back to you in the Toasty Room studio.
This summer, many of us will try to cool ourselves at swimming pools, maybe the river, lake, or a beach somewhere.
Now, following her victory speech, Kim asked her and her supporters to say a prayer for Gina Roberson, who remains hospitalized for a stress-related illness.
It's National Bagel Day today, and it's Bruegger Bagel's 31st birthday. So, the company will give you 3 free bagels. You have to go in before 11 a.m., though, and take a coupon with you.
Wagadugo, wagadugo.
Ooga-dooga. Quadadugu.
Ooga-dooga.
afternoon and apologies.
Good evening and welcome to BBC News. I'm Martine Croxall. It's 9 o'clock. I'm just going to move back to the main set. I know this has happened before. But here we are. If I sidle in, you can pretend that you haven't noticed. Here we are.
Те, кто посмелее, становятся в ловкости. Например, перепрыгивают эту лужу. Но не всех это получается.
The lake here is 8 feet low. We're at Captain Cove's Marina. This should all be water.
Wow. Yeah, Jeff at the start.
What's it? Whoa! Yeah, live television, baby. Yeah. How we do it. Oh, again. Oh. Okay.
Don't split your pants, honey. I'm worried about your pants.
And then over here, we're waiting for those pipes to burst. Yeah, I don't know if they... What will it look like, though, real quick? It'll look like something like... Oh, jeez.
Well, all the donations here,
Oh, there go our lights. So
we're going to toss it back to you guys.
We're gonna have to run because our light's catching on fire. We'll touch later. The barn was only used for 2 weeks of the year for breeding, so it wasn't insured.
But I would always forget my bag at home.
Taksim'de tamamıyla hayat normale döndü.
How do the Wizards plan to defend him?
They defended him pretty well when you really think about it, and ouch, that...
Richard, let me ask you the final play. Take me through it.
Well, I'm the best corner in the game. When you try me with a sorry receiver like Crabtree, that's the result you're going to get. Don't you ever talk about me.
Who was talking about you?
Crabtree, don't you open your mouth about the best. Or I'm going to set it for you real quick. LOB.
All right, before... And Joe, back over to you.
Yo, these loose blueberries be stupid Tease?
Hi.
You're live, bro. You're live.
Hang on a second, guys. Are we talking about doing the story? I'm going to go when somebody tells me, am I doing a tease or are we doing the story itself?
Over the course of the next few days, right before Thanksgiving, I actually closed the complaint desk. But I'm going to have to reopen it. Hey, King. How are you? Woo! Live TV. How are you, buddy? It's not your turn yet. You have to wait one more segment, okay? Just let me do weather. I know you're stoked. So are we. All right, let's just go to the map so we can get him off of here in a graceful fashion.
There's going to be a headache this morning, Joanne.
That sounds awful. I do not feel for the people stuck in that. All right, thanks, Hank. Or I do feel for them. I do feel for them.
Yeah.
I do want to be them.
Eat it, people.
Oh my. All right, so now for your morning tech news. If you like... I'm gonna lose it. Hank, you have to stop dancing back there. I'm gonna lose it. All right, if you'd like a holiday kiss, you might want to invest in a drone. Okay, here's the story. I'm sorry.
My wife calls us like, since when did you become the fat guy on that show? It's the same.
It's always been.
Behind us.
You see it?
Did you see it? There it is again.
Seriously.
There it is again. Man, we're all jumping around.
Okay.
Woo. This is cool.
We're
I'll tell you what,
there.
you need to wake up this morning.
Oh, okay.
How's that bad part? Hey, there goes Wayne.
Wayne, right by you.
Woo! Man, we're all like... Man, I tell you what, I could run a marathon right now. I am so mad.
And when no more coffee is needed for today. We are very...
My goodness.
I'm Tirsa Smith. Bo Williams. Julia Johnson. Good morning, Tennessee.
Yeah. All right. Well, Wayne on top of it. So that's what, there he is again. Man, I don't know why I'm ducking. I mean, it's like it's...
Is he behind us again?
Yeah, he's behind us again. Okay. I think you're opening some doors and back and rolling out.
Let's hear this kitty purr. I think the door has to be shut. Does it? Foot's on the brake, I'm pushing it down. Do I need the keys?
Yes. Are they not in the car?
They're not in the car. They're over there. Here, the keys are coming. The keys are coming. I got it. There we go. I can't. It's not working. In fact, this worked.
What the fuck?
Sorry. Sorry. We'll send it back to you, and I'll just pretend like I'm driving this.
I believe this is what we would call an epic fail.
If you think you see the man in this sketch, they want you to call the police tips line. That number 816-474-TIPS. And we're live in Waldo tonight. Larry Seward, NBC Action News.
Well, a clear night could soon make for a cool night, because when the clouds is gone, it often like the blanket's been stolen.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. I'm sorry about that. The wind just flew me over.
Well, guess who's in the Weather Center?
I think you're talking about us. We certainly are.
You may have noticed we're missing somebody over here in the Weather Center.
Sorry, I'm just kidding. I'm laughing at the bee coverage. Oh my God, just back.
Carefully, you do find some breaks in the overcast, so I expect some level of clearing as we go through tonight. Of course, that will allow our temperatures to fall back. Hope you didn't get whiplash. That's all right.
So in the northwest region, you can see some rain happening. I know the World Series of Poker is, Game 3 is happening tomorrow in San Francisco. I don't think the rain will head over and affect that area, but maybe by Saturday the rain will reach that area.
3 after 7 here. Oh! Sorry. That was right. We had a light pop, and that was not pretending or being dramatic. Oh,
At least you handled it well.
Wow. We had a light pop.
The thing is like, it popped, he yelled, and then grabbed his heart.
Check out this view, and I'm sorry, I'm suffering from hiccups all of a sudden. This should be interesting, right? See, there it goes again. Before we start to see that mix out, we'll see a couple of showers. We're starting to see some improvements, and then that should quickly make up for the highlands. Excuse me, I'll see the clouds in place. Showers this morning. Showers, isolated showers, that chance of showers. And then into the weekend. Go with them.
Luke is going to escort me.
Speak directly into my tie.
All right, so I'm going to talk into his tie. I wish we could see this right now, because this is great. All right, here we go. Let's start out with... we are real close right now. Come on to the weather wall. Come over here. All right, so this is what we did on our walk. I'm talking into his tie. I got the microphone right there. So, early morning. Did you see the lightning out there?
I did. I did.
Had a little bit of lightning, a little bit of thunder out there. We're going to take that off real quickly. Right now, looking outside, there's a live view from our Rose State camera.
Am I still in the shot? Am I still in the shot?
I think you're good. As long as you stay there, I think you're good. So, let's talk about the weather here. Clear skies right now. We're going to have some clouds later. Going to have some showers and thunderstorms. Step out the way. 75 degrees our current temperature right now. Partly cloudy skies. Dew point is 66. I want you to shift over here for now. There you go. Like this way. Storm's headed out to the east.
And
going here for
yo, this little piece of fabric coming along pretty good, man.
The desert over here is still very dry. Dry desert. Not a lot of moisture in the desert, in the Mojave Desert. The green here means it's very lush. It's a tropical area. It's kind of a rainforest. If you've never been to the Arizona rainforest,
Keep
go
going,
check it
I'm
out.
almost
It's
there.
amazing. Also today, 24-hour rain totals that you can see up in here. Is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 inches. Oh gosh! Go! Jeez. Kristen, I am thinking on this program of doing the news completely full frontal, completely nude. Do you recommend that, and do you have advice for going nude?
Do I have advice?
What? Yeah, I have advice. Don't do the weather full frontal nudity. Nobody's gonna pay attention to it, man. get that paint off that brush. Man.
So, 2 already this morning. Just flying by this week. It's Wednesday, right?
I think so.
Hump day.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Hopefully we'll have a dry hump day.
It's not really. No.
And it's likely one of those international cities might. No! Scared the I'm working.
This is BBC News. I'm Carol Walker.
When on space missions, astronauts get used to eating freeze-dried foods, but today there's something fresh.
Gotta say, it seems like a better idea than eating food grown on Uranus. Let's take a look at the game tonight.
Time once again to get you caught up on your news headlines. For that, the Hamburglar. It's your birthday. I'll let it pass. No, I won't. I'll get you later.
And Daniel, charter boat captain, said the new restrictions would just be too much. But Marine Fisheries Commission members, don't agree. The new restrictions would come in the form of a law. I apologize.
How do you perfect that over 2 years? Don't you have to kind of get that right the first time? Okay, all right.
Look at that way I'm looking. I want to see that.
Yeah, you would.
She can really relax her sphincter, or whatever that's called. Is that a sphincter, Phil?
This is where I went out.
Whatever it is, she's relaxing it to get all that down. Okay.
And McClellan,
What the heck?
Jim's wife, Janet, says that she, for his, so that he would get better, that period of lost for words.
What?
Aaron Rodgers has been downright perfect.
You go, my good sir. Measles virtually eradicated.
Northern Iowa comes back to win it in dramatic fashion. Last Saturday, the Panthers didn't look very good against Iowa State. Presidential candidates roaming around like we needed more craziness out here with all the tailgating and all the spirit there is out here. But it's the Cy-Hawk game. I guess anything goes. Fred Hoiberg is still the mayor of Ames, no doubt about it.
Did you grab anything when you walked out the door?
I grabbed nothing but 2 Tortino's pizza out of the refrigerator and my doggy, and we left.
Yeah, his leg was slightly in the water. I mean, we were coming out, like, dipping in. It was pretty rough out there. I do know for one thing. What were we talking about again?
Police was trying to do a stop point. The man said, no, not today. And they began to race behind each other like cats and dogs. And the police car just twisted around like a tornado, girl. And the Lord just shook it up and the man just got injured. His head went to one side and his body went to the other side. And girl, he hit the pole. I was actually going to buy me a piece of burger from Burger King. And I just stopped in the middle because my hunger just went away.
Millie's my favorite. Look how calm she is as well.
Practice, It's hot outside. Stuff like that happens.
What the
Was that live? Are we live?
be so bold. It makes a beautiful thing.
I don't know how I feel about that.
I'm with you here. Jungle Bob's here. Wow.
I
This is like cutting your teeth.
So actually stay on
You stay right there. You
my
just
chest.
stay calm. If anything goes wrong, you'll have to deal with it. He's here to help. Okay? A very, very cool amphibian. Now here's the frog. So people are afraid of frogs. Usually not,
this
right?
is a huge frog, though.
There's a frog. There's a frog.
I don't know why I signed up for that.
Rolla at 8, Lake Ozark coming in at 9. Griffey wants to play. And okay, hi bud. All right, we are seeing 1. That was what it feels like. And as it, hey, oh gosh, you really want to play. Okay, future temperatures bring highs. Oh, sorry, bud. At least out in the southwest Saturday. All right, 26 tonight. It'll get a little bit. The fake throw works.
The chill is letting up, but the chill is not completely gone. Right
No.
now. The chill is, I'm sorry.
And the chill's got a kink in your neck, huh?
You gotta.
My dad, never mind, forget it. I thought it was just the tight button, but never mind. Can we just go to the weather?
Okay, Liv, you and Michelle and Frank like to tease me when I talk about my Vermont weather stick, right? It arches up when high pressure is building in, and it deflects and falls downward when you have an area of low pressure in the area, and it's just going straight out, because yesterday we were kind of in between systems. So it really does work. It does. That's how I forecast weather, okay? Keep your pictures coming to KPIX. Okay, now I should have done this at the end of the weathercast, obviously. Okay.
We have the giggles. Okay, God. Oh my goodness. Oh. Hi, Claudia. All right, let's get there. Let's do your mother now. Oh my gosh. All right, ball count 10 out of 10. Mulberry weeds and grass with the air. Ball count 6 out of 10. Air quality is good for the Valiant. We'll see you 73 for your height today. Here's Rob Johnson. All right.
My false eyelashes are about to fall off my
Yeah,
face
that's scary on my
It's
face.
5:26. March Madness is here, and the Lady Dogs are hoping to return to the big dance.
CBS 47.7 Fester has this morning.
Thank you, Bert.
Bring you on into the temps, and we're all doing okay. Wow, 750 degrees in Gila Bend right now, and 1,270 in Ahwatukee. Now I'm not authorized to evacuate Ahwatukee, but this temperature seems pretty high. Cade Creek, Fountain Hills, they don't look good either. And frankly, Wickenburg is a total loss. You might as well just get out of anywhere along this 60 years. Very warm. Surprise is starting to heat up as well at 1,300 degrees. So again, the safe spots seem to be Chandler and Mesa. Scottsdale is doing okay so far, but you're sort of surrounded by some pretty intense heat. So I'm not your dad, but I would get out while you still can. I think steel boils at about this temperature, so Cave Creek, there's probably nothing left up there.
I've been hearing a lot about a movie out this weekend. NWA. I didn't know what NWA meant. So I went to my trusty weather dictionary, and it says that it means it's a nice morning, warmer, and it's Friday. That's what it says right there in the weather dictionary.
You are so down.
Yeah, so I guess it's going to be a good movie. Easy, you would be proud. Okay.
Finally tonight, a brand new way of looking at some very old places.
From Carmel, if you're using US 31 southbound, your average speed is 43 miles per hour.
It is by far not even close to being over yet.
That's true. Sinkholes. Oh, there we saw somebody just take a header off a bicycle. Oh my goodness.
Not sure what he hit, but of course, that's one of the reasons
yeah,
why I shouldn't be walking in that water or riding
a
in that
sewer
water.
grate. Yeah, a storm grate there.
Whoa. Good morning, Francis. Whoa. What was that called? Oh, good morning, Jen. Wow. So, right when you were talking, we were sliding out a little bit. I don't know if you saw that.
Hello. Please move forward to the next speaker.
Hey, is it too early to get a fish sandwich? Oh, next speaker. Hang on. Oh, Candace, we live? Whoops.
Hey, I've been in the car since 4 o'clock. I'm starving. I'm just getting something real quick. Hey, do I get a fish sandwich?
Okay, well.
Yeah, can I get a fish sandwich?
We're on breakfast right now.
Breakfast? All right, give me a egg muffin and a black coffee. Stay put, folks. Trust me. I didn't know we were coming live. I'm sorry.
Investigators say Stevenson and 26-year-old Michael Fleet escaped from Blackburn Correctional Complex Saturday night.
I'm having a good Friday, so I refuse to talk about the Kardashians today. You were on your own, Amy. I can't do it. I've had enough Kardashians. I can't take any more Kardashian stories on this show. I don't care. This family, I'm sick of this family.
But do you think
I can't take it anymore.
Is there some psychological behind this?
It's a non-story. It's a non-story. We're talking about this family every freaking day on this show. Nobody cares about this family anymore. I've had enough. It's Friday. I want to have a good Friday. I don't want to talk about the Kardashians. That's enough of these guys.
The sad part about it is that I agree with you.
Nobody listen to the research. Nobody cares about the Kardashians anymore. Nobody cares. We do it every day.
Breathe. Breathe, my love. Breathe. There, the news is out. Done. Over. Have a great weekend.
Do you think it's Friday for him?
His head looks like a tomato right now.
Yeah.
Nobody cares about them. It's enough of these guys.
I'm sorry, Jenny, that you had to witness this.
In March, we asked for your help in finding Victor Lakatos. Detectives wanted to question him.
Tyler, just 24 hours ago, this bank in North... That guy right there. What? That's the robber. Oh, that's the robber. This is live TV, folks. That's the robber. Just went by, according to the bank employee. So I gotta go here and call 911. I'll talk to you later.
He came through the hill in my house. We immediately...
It must be very small.
We immediately locked up Lord, my wife's knicker drawer. I thought, he's not going in there.
No. He's never coming in my keel, let me just say that.
So apparently he has a method. I was talking about this weekend where he dips the hot dog in water to dissolve the bread a bit.
You have to wonder if there is a similar event for low carb eaters. So there's no bun. You're just
downing hot dogs.
Eating the wieners left and right just alone.
Well, there is a comparison.
Our equipment guys do a great job of breaking the balls. They also know that how I like the balls. I don't want anyone touching the balls after that. I don't want anyone rubbing them. I don't think anybody knew there was an issue with the balls. Really until Monday morning, I had no idea what happened with the balls. I'm not squeezing the balls. There's a lot of variables with, obviously, Mother Nature and with the balls. Some guys like them round, and some guys like them thin. Some guys like them tacky. Some guys like them brand new. Some guys like old balls. I mean, they're all different.
Rice University says after some initial concerns,
it's super thick.
They'll let David keep his balls.
Oh! I'm slightly concerned by the story we just put on television. Like,
Common problem for libraries, people taking their magazines.
Oh, yeah, in Tennessee, one particular magazine is a hot item. Take a look. No, it's not a men's magazine. It's what? Crotchet World?
Crochet World.
Crotchet World? it's so foreign to me, I can't even say the word. What is that? What is that? I don't even know what that word means. Crochet. What is that?
Like knitting.
We're going to wrap up our As Seen on TV series with the Spaghetti,
I believe, like spaghetti, but spaghetti.
Careful. Product that claims low-carb pasta out of zucchini and squash.
Oh my God!
You'll definitely want to tune in for that. All right, as we head off to the break.
Happy Thursday, folks.
Yeah, happy Thursday. If you're not up now, bitter cold temperatures moving into the area. We're going to talk more about that.
I almost say that was horrible.
Here is Jack. Go ahead.
Hi, good morning. I'm Jack Strickland. I just want to make it clear, first of all, I'm calling from Bel Air, California, but I am originally from Philadelphia, specifically West Philadelphia. But anyway, I was actually discussing this issue with a friend of mine recently while I was in Philly. It occurred on the basketball court. At some point during the conversation, a couple of guys who were up to no good essentially started causing trouble in my neighborhood. I got in one little fight, and my mom got scared and said, "You're moving with your auntie and uncle in Bel Air."
This low-lying...
Look ahead at this first test.
imovinska krvna slika kako hrvatskih građana, tako i hrvatskih poduzeća, ne? Tako da...
What ticks me off about this cup, Adam, is there's nothing in it. Oh, geez, there was something in it. Okay, there was something in it.
Funny, because this is an empty bottle.
Conditions are so treacherous in Christchurch this morning that even those taking to the streets were finding it slippery.
I'm Stu Mills in Carlton Place with a story about one-eyed...
Let's have a look at your morning commutes, and we've got a couple of issues on the go this morning as we take... Okay, this is my phone, not my clicker.
Due to the clowns driving through downtown Toronto with a few other clowns when he noticed a man acting strangely. Due to the clowns saw the man running toward two women, so he yelled out a warning. The women jumped in the clown car, and then seconds later, the man attacked the car, ripped off the side mirrors. Those women were safe, and it's all thanks to Doo-Doo. Doo-Doo, the clown, says that he's glad that he was there to help. He knows it could have been a really bad situation.
I know somebody that looks just like him.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay, I have weather to talk about. Yes, you do. Okay, thanks, Terrell.
We're gonna add up to our rain. Hey, Reva, how's it going, girl? Hey.
So, if you have a telescope, Uranus is visible too, just near the. Did I say that near the horizon? I'm going to stick with weather.
All that lightning that's just ahead of this line of thunderstorms, a very thin line, as you can see.
What happened to my feet? My goodness.
Look at that.
Oh, it's a painful.
In fact, what's happening is the area of high pressure, which, excuse me, Eamon, the area of high...
But another round of light snow possible Wednesday night. There goes Paul Adler. 24 degrees. Whoops.
Look at our radar, not tracking anything right now. There's Eric. Woo! Not tracking anything at Freeman Health, First Alert, Doppler, radar. Doodly-doo. All right.
Take a look at this picture that was sent in by one of our viewers here. Hope's doing. He was doing that. Oh.
Is the case of your helicopter in the air for storm cover? I've got one of those helicopters you pull with a string. Austin. Austin. Looking live here at Storm Tracker 3.
Watertown, Port Drum, Carthage into Lowville right now. Oh, how about that? Okay. Yes, sir. The camera is
zone right now.
You think that sounds good? But if this warmer air and sunshine break through, showers and storms could become strong later today. And there's two of me. The year starts.
And unfortunately, it's starting off on a soggy note, but you do have some rain. Glad. Oh, excuse me. Did you guys just hear that? I've been drinking.
What?
Oh, okay.
This Arctic air that's drawing in as it meets this warm and moist air coming in off of the Pacific and right along the cold front and the boundary front that will be created. Oh my God!
Central Indiana had a couple of showers.
Oh no.
I told you not to throw it. Can you see that? See that right there?
Oh boy.
That is a hole
Get the duct tape
in the wall.
Don't stretch
Hey,
it
Ray,
anymore.
come behind here.
Hey, yeah.
Let's talk about this.
No.
Let's talk
The
about
more you
this.
play with it, the worse it's gonna get.
Oh my. Taylor Swift in town, and I know what you're thinking. Mike,
I knew you were trouble when you walked in, Mr. Weatherman. Well, hey, guess what? I got some good news. It might make you fearless. The good news, this rain keeps cruising, can't stop, won't stop moving. Hey, are we out of the woods yet? Are we out of the woods yet? Are we out of the woods? Are we in the clear yet? Are we in the clear yet? Are we in the clear yet? Are we in the clear? Well, I can't promise you that. Why you gotta be so mean? But then again, give me a little bit of time to explain here, and I'll let you know if it's gonna rain forever or if the concert's gonna go down flames. It'll be a great night to dress up like hipsters and make fun of our exes. Hey, haters, you can leave some hate. Just shake, shake, shake all that rain off and go right back to dancing like you're 22.
I thought we were doing the traffic cam. I'm sorry. Well, gang, there's the overall look at the southeast. Southeast of my dome, just right there. We're going to back it up about 6 graphics. Let's start afresh. Time is 5:15. Well, this is really setting the tone really high here this morning. Here's what we were also alluding to before previous break. Time to scare is back again. Here, no, you're not helping either. Diamond Lakes Community Center, that's the place you need to be here. Around 5 to 7 o'clock, we're going to continue to see warm temps. This is about all I'm going to get to. That's a really cool graphic, though. Look at the witch's brew behind that. Scare cats.
I mean, the more I think about it, when we came back.
Sorry, you'd think you'd have a professional ready to go here. Sometimes if you've been with us long enough.
My stomach hurts.
We got congestion. It is just a very big hot mess sometimes this morning.
Do you know how this fire started?
Yes, I do. It was because of my cousin. And I want to mention no names.
Your cousin?
Yes.
And you say you think your cousin started this, do you know how or why?
He's mad because he can't get with me. I'm married to my husband. And it's a long story. Just to make it short. Yeah.
I could park my car underneath there because I couldn't go nowhere. Because I seen the tree limbs and stuff like flying everywhere. Tree limbs, you know what I'm saying? Like from the trees.
Tree limbs from the trees, who knew? All right, on to other stories. Sorry. This afternoon's thunderstorms, there was a report of a tornado touching down Herfield County.
Oh, man, it all went down, man. I stayed right next door, man, from the thing that happened, man, the barbecue, man. I was barbecuing, man. I seen some fire just come out the window, man. The window busted out, man. Only thing I think first, man, make sure them ribs is right. And the random got my family, man. Bring everybody out safely, man. I carry everybody out myself, man. You know what I mean? Keep the PG, everybody myself, man. I did that. Feel me? Did I get any injuries? Oh, I ain't get no injuries and stuff except for all the smoke in my lungs and stuff. I already had smoke in my lungs, so I'm all right.
About 200 kids that will run a mile this morning as well. That is so cute. All right.
Os buracos foram tapados com barro e os veículos passam em alta velocidade.
That's ESPN NFL insider John Clayton with the insight and the latest for us on SportsCenter.
To push him out of business, and she doesn't think that he can operate fairly.
Good morning, John and Randy. I can tell you that I just learned that about 35 people from the assisted living facility have been transported to Mercy Jefferson.
Do not want to be out here joyriding. VDOT is asking folks to stay off the roads, and that helps them move along quicker here. But if you can take a look at the road here, obviously the buffoonery has returned, but
cannot repeat the advice often enough from the Gardaí. Don't make unnecessary journeys. Don't take risks on treacherous roads. And don't swim in the sea. Incredibly, people have been spotted in the water here in Blackrock and Salt Hill, both today and yesterday. Galway City Council say their actions are idiotic. Not only are they putting their lives in danger, but it is unacceptable and unforgivable to put the lives of people in the rescue services at danger as well.
Kom hier, onthooi. Net over
tulee von körülbelül 140 kilométeres sebességgel, tehát hihetetlen.
Couple of minutes, it's really picked up. I think that's an understatement. It's raining quite a lot in Foxborough. Before it was raining this heavily, we managed to talk to a couple of fans who had an opinion or two about what was going on.
The proper way to sled down a hill that's more muddy than snowy, they say no matter what, just have fun, use your hands, and make your use here. Oh, Jen!
Damn.
Scarred for life. Details on that case when we come back.
Much of the same. You can see the impact out here.
Most important state in May is the month of Indiana.
From CCTV News headquarters in Beijing.
The most important
This is
state
Asia
in
Today.
May is the month of Indiana? What the hell?
Feels weird picking it up. The legacy of that shield is complicated, to say the least.
Our shield should be destroyed. This world is ours. We're never gonna stop.
No. A school project?
Something
Yeah,
like that. Can we play games?
She's my prodigy.
Alright, school project game number 1.
Now, what do you know about this?
About chess? Well, I watched a few YouTube videos, a few crash courses. I'm ready to test my skills.
You want to play with the clock or without the clock?
My chess will had some of these. I think I'm good at that.
Okay, so
Let's do it.
Is 5 minutes good?
5 minutes is great, sir. Thank you. Alright, I better make my teachers proud. Hey, don't go easy on me.
I'm going to play my game.
I'll move these for the camera.
Alright.
Okay. Oops. Oh. Should you get penalized?
You're supposed to explain your thought process.
Okay, so my friend taught me to play this against everything.
Alright,
So,
well, let's see how it works.
I just memorized the first 10 moves and that's about it.
Alright, well, that's the opening, the first 10 moves.
What's after that?
The middle game and the end game.
Which part is your favorite?
Well, I like all the games, but the most important is the end game. That tells you who's going to be ahead.
Just like in life.
Right.
Lots of valuable life lessons. That's why I chose to do my school project on chess.
Okay.
It's very applicable, you know?
Yes.
Okay, so now things
Chess
are getting
is like
very...
life.
It is like life. Alright, well, I'm starting to panic.
Don't panic, it's only a game.
My friend taught me to always bring my pieces up towards the center.
That's a good thought.
What life lessons did I learn from chess? You should never underestimate anyone, no matter on their demographic. That's true. It looks like I finished my development here.
That is true.
I'm gonna go back. I know you're not really supposed to do that.
If necessary.
This is looking pretty solid. Okay.
Don't forget what you learned.
Alright, why did he do that? I think he's trying to push
Always
pawn.
think before you move, Andrea.
I'm thinking, Alex, what does it look like I'm doing, silly? I don't really like that you did that.
And try to think of his threats as he moves. Okay?
Yeah.
Try to ask yourself, why are you doing this?
They're good questions, Alex. If only I have the answers. Okay. Getting nervous. He's up on the clock. Okay. He's trying to push over there. Alright. I'll let you. The room got really
I
silent.
think this moves better or a little lower. Let's see. Let's see what I can do.
How do you think I'm doing so far?
Yeah.
You think my teachers will be proud?
I don't see why not.
That's a nice move. So that guy's undefended. I guess he gives me no choice.
This is better? Okay. The thing is, I can fix the angle, but I can't see the screen and I have to guess. I don't have an HDMI. Maybe that's actually true. I don't think so. Maybe.
This might be a free pawn.
Andrea, when your time is 0, you lose.
I know. I wrote that down in my notebook, my class notes. Don't forget, I did lots of studying for this house. Alright, we'll play on our blender here.
Ice cold beer.
Might be a few.
Army, what up, bro?
Ice cold beer, Alex, they're calling for your name.
Ice cold beer.
Very nice stories. Anybody did anything? Anybody in trash?
Okay, I know you're not supposed to bring your queen too early in the game, but I think I'm gonna try it, see what happens.
Minus the fact that I look super suspicious. I'm just pregnant with a ton of wires. We love it. Yeah.
I see. He's running. He's on the move.
Catch him, Andrea.
He's gotta bring his little knights. He thinks he can escape. Bang, 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 bang. You ever talk out loud when you think? Me too. Bang, bang. Calm. Another valuable life lesson.
Calm and collected. He doesn't like you, Andrea. His king's going the other way.
I think we're on to something.
I mean, the end game is,
I think this is still the middle game. If my class notes are correct. Alright, looks like we have something good here. This might be what my friend told me. Yay.
Yeah, you got me chopped off in here.
Alright.
I have no way out.
Is this a win?
Yeah.
Did I do it?
I can't go nowhere. Look.
Oh my god. I won. Alright.
So your teacher was on point.
I'll tell you now, I was pranking you a little bit. I play chess more than just this project.
Wait, you have?
Well, I have no problem with a chess game.
It was a good game.
May the best person win.
Thank you. I just had to tell you the truth. I felt so bad now.
I've had 12-year-old kids beat me.
Me too.
That really know this stuff.
I've had 10-year-old kids beat me.
So, it's all about maneuvering.
Good game.
Yeah.
Good game. Duke was game.
Yes.
Duke, good game.
Yes. I appreciate you.
When we were kids, Superman was our hero. One of the things that our sensors can do are to look into walls. What you see here is the Wallabot DIY. This product is sold around the world in Amazon and other outlets. And this cool device connects to your phone and can help you see inside the wall. When you want to detect a stud or you want to detect a pipe, you can use this device, and not only to tell you what's inside the wall and tell you if you should drill in it or not, it can also show you movements inside the wall. I will move now the pipe, the wire, and then you'll see the wire will move with me. Another cool thing is the ability to detect the center of the stud. This is also very important for safety. If I'll have a screw on the side of the stud, obviously the shelf that I'm going to put there is not going to be stable and can fall, and that's a dangerous thing. If I know where the center of the stud is, I'm able to put the screw in the right place and obviously make sure that my family or everybody that's trying to do any work close that shelf will be safe. There are other applications that can come with this device. We are able to see movement inside the wall. So for example, if you have mice inside the wall, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to put my hand behind the wall, and you're going to see quickly in real time how the device detects my hand. So here are my fingers basically behind the wall.
City, Indiana. He just had 22 panels installed on his roof and got our Generac battery backup system. How did you hear about Power Home Solar?
The ironic part is I never even knew this company existed until I was playing this game like my wife and I are on. And if you sit there and watch the 15-second advertisement, you got a free bonus. And we seen it probably a dozen times and ignored it until our winter bill came out, and it was outrageous. We thought, you know, it's time to give it a check. And once we heard what it was about and see how it all went in, best thing I ever did.
On it, it's producing enough to power his whole house and charge the batteries. How did it go with the crew?
Amazing setup. Even during the rain and thunderstorms we had, took 2 days in and out, no problems.
Would you refer us to family friends?
Oh, most definitely.
Bam!
Master is pretty solid. We're getting the master back.
When do you get paid?
Yeah. Oh, no. I don't give my number out. Do I look like Enter to you? If I give you my number, maybe for babysitting, like the thing is too much.
Alright, follow back on Instagram.
Sure. If you win, I'll follow you back on Instagram. For a month. Yeah. Alright, ready? Good luck. We'll add something on the line. Oh, was he? Yeah, I mean, him and Hans are buddies. And last time we were gonna play, he said he was gonna trash talk, and then he got scared and he stopped talking. So, yeah. We watched it now. Of course. This is the hustler who played Andrea, and he did beat her twice. So.
I don't know about hustler.
Retired master. Retired master. He's playing the Dutch. He's playing something different because he's afraid. He probably forgot all of the theory he learned as a kid playing the World Youth Championships. The glory days. Holy shit, third eye, thank you for another 10 subs, man. I really appreciate it. Okay. So, what are we gonna do? Straight. How do you feel about training bishops here? Okay, I'm down for that trade. Lecture going on in the back there. Okay. I know it's a little bit greedy, but I feel like I can get away.
Have you ever found yourself working in an environment where multiple developers contribute to the code base, resulting in thousands of lines that need to be maintained?
Let's take a walk.
Anything goes wrong, you bust in there, act like you out LAP, la la.
You cannot speak English.
Okay, just really give it a good.
Not good.
You have like a rat on a drain pipe. So that's what. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It was so long. I'm so sorry. Our tops.
Susan?
News!
Susan?
I'm Bruce Nolan. And that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Oh, are you eating that? Sorry.
News!
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 Susan?
I can't marry her.
Why? What do you know?
Nothing. What do you mean?
No, what did you
No, I've just been doing a lot of thinking, and I just don't think.
Just hold for a second.
You like that shit? You motherfucker! My beer! Is it good? You think this is fine? Huh?
I don't like it in the ass either.
Hey man, what you doing?
Hey man, relax. I'm just getting some nuts.
Who are you? Well, I'll be whoever you want me to be, but you can call me Jeannie.
somebody as big as you fit into this tiny lamp?
Don't worry, I'm used to squeezing myself into tight holes.
Can you help us? We're in danger.
Holland is the Netherlands.
Then who are the Dutch?
You know, I can't stand.
Enough.
I love you.
That's it. As close as it's gonna get, Dave.
I love you.
I'm not gonna do it, yo. Come on, man. He's
$400.
He's trying to kiss me for real.
$400.
He's trying to kiss me for real, y'all.
Hi, that's you. Yeah. It's the creator screwed up.
No laughing.
How do we know what is real?
Water before bed burns 46 pounds in 2 weeks. If you are struggling to lose weight and you're over 25, then you need to hear this. Burn.
The movie really is amazing. My girls were completely engrossed by it when we were watching it, because it really does make you feel like you're inside this 11-year-old girl.
In a profoundly wholesome way.
The FSU quarterback will not play in the Peach Bowl because of a family issue. Death in the family is the rumor, Thomas.
Certainly is. You gotta love that, though, huh? All right.
Look right into the camera and show us the pose that you created. Scream with your face right there. You did. Ooh! Uh-oh! We're gonna scream now.
Justin Verlander, he was just brutal last night. If you watch the game right here on Fox 9, he was not his usual self. Nope. The NHL, well, that's his girlfriend right there, Kate Upton. So let's just get right to it. I figured I'd put that in there for you and for Randy.
You did for me.
And, yeah.
This is his girlfriend.
All of the viewers there. This
The
is
SI
the
Kermop.
reason why supposedly Justin Verlander did not pitch very well.
I think it chose the right highlight.
And we've been the food truck fanatic all week long. Food truck.
What'd you say?
Food truck fanatic. That's what I meant to say. Nope. High Five Lunch Truck is here with us.
High five yourself for that.
Oh boy. Oh. Let's go.
A lot of alliteration there, Jim. Sometimes it's not easy. It's not easy being Ray.
Ray, HR, line 1. Just so you know.
Is that your dad?
Yeah, that's my dad.
This man right here is your father? Right there?
You have a question about that?
Yes, ma'am. I was wondering if your dad really is an African American man.
That's a very. I mean, I don't know what you're implying.
Are you African American?
I don't understand the question of. I did tell you that yes, that's my dad, and he was unable to come in January.
Are your parents, are they white?
Wealth, this is according to Oxfam, of the world's 85 richest people is equal to the 3.5 billion poorest people.
It's fantastic. And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets motivation to look up to the 1% and say, I want to become one of those people. I'm going to fight hard to get up to the top. This is fantastic news, and of course I applaud it. What can be wrong with this? Yes, really.
So somebody living on
I celebrate capitalism.
$1 a day in Africa is getting up in the morning and saying, I'm going to be Bill Gates.
That's the motivation everybody
needs.
needs.
Me and
I'm
that
not
guy
against
is
charity.
motivation. I just need to pull up my socks.
I am not.
Wait, I don't have socks.
Look,
Jane has traffic.
All right, I'm all nervous, but here's my rap. All right, you're gonna have a good drive today. There ain't no problems on the major roadways. Looking at Country Club, things will look pretty good like Robin Hood. Now I'm moving Coming across the triad, yo, it ain't too bad. No. Now think.
Oh my God.
The Joe Rogan experience.
Connor Aldo, same thing. Like, it's like right to left, just straight across while he's coming forward. Makes his head spin.
The fact that Aldo's so hell-bent on destroying Connor, he just was hell-bent, and Connor took advantage of that.
It was immediate. Remember that? It was like, here we go, big fight. And there was like, what? It's over immediately?
Smart.
Yeah,
it's like
it was
when Nate
genius.
slaps somebody and then...
It was genius. But this was a powerful punch. Look at that. Boom, bang, bang. First of all, you got to realize it's perfectly placed.
Yeah,
The
it's the placement.
Accuracy's impeccable. Second of all, some people can just crack. And if you look at Connor's build, there's a lot of guys built like that can fucking crack.
I want to see it in slow motion.
He's got real wide shoulders. He's real fast, and he's got big hands. Like all those things together, he's just got freakish punch. There's just people that just have that kind of punch, man.
Oh.
I mean, that's just genius.
Left gets hit afterwards, too.
Yeah, he had a little bit of a cut over his right eyebrow.
From that punch?
Mm-hmm, from Aldo's one
Fall
hook.
down
Like,
punch.
look how genius this is. Look at this. Bam. That's so genius.
Aldo
You know what's
wanted to
even
knock him
more
out with one
genius?
punch. He was like, let me fake and punch.
You know what's even more genius? He worked on the exact same thing, and he mimicked what he was going to do in the green room. There's video of him.
Of who?
Connor. Connor pretending to be Aldo, and then him showing what he's going to do in counter. He does the exact move in the green room, knowing, in the dressing room, knowing that that's going to be the fight.
Reminds me of Masvidal Askren.
Right, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Same thing. He practiced that step off to the side.
That was a great one. He was like,
I mean, it really is when you factor in that like it gave his career a total.
Look on the left. That's Connor pretending to be Aldo, and this is him. Bam. Look, see? He's literally saying how it's going to go down. He's walking how Aldo does, and boom.
Oh, yeah. I want to see both sides up. Wait, let me see. Okay.
Look at this. I mean, it's literally what he did. He practiced it. He predicted it was happening. He knew Aldo's movements. He had it timed down, and he's like much more light on the foot. And as Aldo moves forward, he times it perfectly. Bam! Look at that.
Yeah, with the right.
Dude, that left hand is a missile too.
Damn.
That left hand's a missile.
Damn,
that guy's
that.
He's one of the most spectacular punchers in the history of the sport. He has some punch KO victories.
Who?
Connor.
Yeah.
His one when he beat Eddie Alvarez. Show that. You want to see fucking genius striking with the hands? It's genius shit. Like you could see Eddie Alvarez just got bewildered by it. I mean, the combinations he hit him with while just subtly avoiding Alvarez's punches, genius shit. Genius.
Dude, I used to love rooting against him. He was such a good heel, too.
Yeah,
he was a
totally.
cheer for Diaz. And like, fuck that guy.
He's the best heel ever.
Oh, he got everybody into it.
Yeah, he's the best heel ever.
We were like, fuck, I hope you get your comeuppance. He just never would.
Dude, I'm telling you, when you watch this combination, it's fucking, look at the side kick to the body. I mean, he's hitting him with all kinds of shit, and he's so light on his feet. Like, this is prime Connor, in my opinion. Just so light on his feet. Look at these combinations. Watch this. Just getting just out of the way. Like, Eddie can't touch him. He hit him there, though. But it's Connor just looking for the opening. but not enough to hurt him.
Boom,
Clips him.
That was it.
That's one. Clips him. Knee to the body. You know, people get all wrapped up in all the personality and the flash and the money and all the Rolls Royces and everything. That motherfucker could fight. He could fight. And guys have beat him, but you gotta be like an elite of the elite. You gotta be like a Khabib or a Poirier. You gotta be top of the food chain to beat him. Go towards the end of this. Yeah, I just want to see the. I just wanted the final combo. This is what I wanted. Because the finish of this fight is legendary. It's like in highlight reels all over the place. Look at this. Look at that combo. Look at that combo. Show me that. Watch this. Look at this. He just slides in on him.
Alvarez getting loose, getting better here. In this
Boom,
round.
boom, boom. I mean, come on, man. Just slides just out of the way the punch lands. 4 or 5
right in a
ruthless
row.
punches, perfectly placed. Let me see it one more time. Okay, this. Look at this. Look at it. It actually touches his chin. It doesn't even flinch. 1, 2, 3. The accuracy.
Full punches.
4. And just swarms on him. And perfect placement, right? There's no extra wind up that would have made a miss. Look at this. Bing, 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 bang. Look at me. That's fucking, that's amazing.
Oh my God, he goes from fine to cut up.
Bro, that's an
Bad.
amazing combination. That's an amazing combination.
What happened to him?
Got fucking fight, man. Fights happen to him.
Yeah.
And then also a shit ton of money. And then also some time out of the game while he was doing the Floyd Mayweather thing. You know, he trained for quite a while for Floyd Mayweather, which he was, I'm sure, just doing boxing. If you're going to play, you know, you're going to train for a giant $100 million fight, you're most likely not going to do any, you know, MMA sparring or anything. Probably just did that for a while. And then you get that money. What's that Marvin Hagler quote about it's hard to get up at 5 in the morning and go running when you're sleeping in silk sheets? I think that's him now. He's super jacked.
Oh.
USADA's gonna take a visit.
That's
to him real
Conor?
soon. Yeah.
Right now? Oh, dude, he looks like he's about to go WWF.
Yeah. He looks like a bodybuilder from
Well,
like
that's
the 70s.
It's a weird picture, honestly. I mean, he's definitely jacked, but it looks to me like he's in the middle of lifting. And if you see a guy's body in the middle of lifting, it's a little deceptive because everything. See, that's what he looks like now. He's still jacked. Still looks great. But when when you lift weights, like as you do it, like those bodybuilders that go on stage before those big Mr. Olympia things, they all get pumped.
Limpage. That's a great term for it.
Look at him. He looks good though.
Whoa.
He looks so old now.
He looks different.
Yeah,
Well, he's got that crazy
beard.
beard. That beard's crazy. But he looks fit.
Is he tucking up his shorts to let his dick come out?
He's got a hog, I bet.
I bet.
I bet he's got a hog.
Why is he tucking up shorts?
He's looks like he's walking around on that shin. I wonder like what percentage healed it is. You got to feel like if a bone breaks in half like that, and then you get like a metal plate to hold it in place and all these screws and shit.
Yeah.
That's got to take a while.
There was some paperwork that indicated that this was from the Zeta Reticuli star system. Now, how they obtained that, I haven't the slightest idea. But it wasn't just from the Zeta Reticuli star system. It was.
All right, so look, if you're interested in the Korean technology, then you need to see this seriously. Congress has just announced...
Misinformation, lies, treachery everywhere. Thank God. George Soros has finally started a corporation to stamp out this misinformation. George Soros, that's what's needed here. He'll get the truth out there. We can relax. Hello there, you 4.5 million glorious angels descending down from on high here to the material plane to enjoy content like this. And while you're here, why don't you come see me in the UK between January and May, performing live all over the gaff, particularly in early February. I'm in Hammersmith, London. It'll be a fantastic night. Come along. There's a link in the description. And all of that stuff's true, and we know that because disinformation and misinformation is finally being stamped out thanks to George Soros. Let's see how. Alexander Rubenstein, writing in the Grey Zone, says, in October, billionaires already I'm on board, because who better to bring a objective, unbiased worldview to the common person than those friends of truth, billionaires. Reid Hoffman and George Soros launched Good Information Inc. What's this childish Sesame Street back of a breakfast cereal box crap? This is good information. A public benefit corporation. Because another thing we know about billionaires, that everything about their being tells us is they care about everyone. That's why they accumulate billions to care about others with. A public benefit corporation to serve as a conduit of funds to newsrooms that cut through the echo chambers with fact-based information. Oh yeah, echo chambers, eh? Fact-based. Whose facts? On its website, Good Information describes itself as a civic incubator aimed at fostering and financially backing projects that counter disinformation where it spreads by increasing the flow of good information online. Such Huxley-esque newspeak, isn't it, that?
This is good information. I'm sorry, Alex. If you keep talking all this bad information, you're going to have to be punished.
But more than merely providing an alternative to bad information through their own reporting, the company suggests that censorship is also on the menu. Oh yeah, well, if you're going to get good information out there, stands to reason. You've got to censor all that bad information. And let's not worry that bad information might be information that negatively impacts the interests of powerful people, but good and bad might be categories that somewhat shift depending on your own intentions. And if your own intentions are evidently accrue billions, information that spreads billions, breaks down power structures, could be considered bad information. Don't worry about that, because look, it's called the Good Information Inc. When did you become so cynical? We believe there's an urgent need for regulation of social media platforms, their website states. Yeah, because it's weird, isn't it? Because social media means that anybody can join in with a voice. Anybody can talk. Anybody can create news. When it should be sanctioned people, corporations, people in suits and ties, corporations that are owned by other corporations that have interests in other industries. That's what you want. A club of elites coming together to aristocratically determine what's good for you. You don't know right from wrong. If you're allowed free speech, you'll just sit there all day being all racist and sexist all on the internet. Oh, I've got free speech. I can do some racist, sexist down there. Admittedly, racism and sexism are problems. But I'll tell you a problem that's also in the air that maybe George Soros don't care too much about. Billionaires take all the money, taking all the power, creating a homogenised, empty public space where ordinary people of all colours, genders, varieties don't have enough power except to squabble with one another over issues that won't ultimately affect the interests of the powerful. And what exactly is good information? The company provides another clue that the good information resides exclusively on the pages of established media outlets. Oh, yeah, because you've never thought, have you, for a moment, that established media outlets might let you down because of their allegiances with their advertisers, because of their relationships with government and big business, because they are parts of conglomerates that spread the globe and have all sorts of shared interests. No, they're a reliable bunch. That's where you get your good information. Pages of established media outlets with billion-dollar budgets lamenting on its websites that 185 million Americans don't trust traditional media. Oh, why would that be? What's wrong with you guys? You just don't trust traditional media. I think the best thing to do is to censor you until you do trust traditional media. Maybe if we take away your voice, then you'll have the choice but to trust traditional media. And then the problem will be dealt with. And we wouldn't have to look at corruption and the relationship between advertisers and the broadcasters that they advertise their products on, or the relationship between lobbyists and the Congress people that pass favourable laws for those corporations. We can just shut you up. Billionaire philanthropist, lover of humanity, George Soros has weaponised his vast wealth in support of US foreign policy for several decades. Following the collapse of the Soviet Union and later the unravelling of the socialist bloc in Eastern Europe, the Washington Post celebrates Soros as a member of a new network of overt operators supporting pro-democracy activists and media operations in place of and alongside the CIA. Anyone that collaborates with the CIA is obviously a friend of democracy. Why? You only need to look at the CIA's activities in Latin and Central America and South America to see how seriously they take democracy. Soros has sponsored warfare campaigns against designated USMEs from Hong Kong to Syria to Russia. Having sponsored the activities of many thousands of pro-US activists abroad, Soros is teaming up on Good Information Inc. with Reid Hoffman, a fellow billionaire with his own track record of political meddling, to train the sites of information operations back on the United States. During the 2020 Democratic primary election, Hoffman bankrolled a dark money outfit called Acronym, also funded by Soros, which launched a dysfunctional digital vote counting system, Shadow App, that helped upend Bernie Sanders' apparent win in the Iowa caucus. Bernie Sanders is evidently bad information because they were willing to upend his apparent Iowa caucus victory in favour of the result that they would prefer, through good old Shadow App. The Good Information website is capitalising on the buzz that surrounded the Facebook files leaked by Frances Hogan. In announcing the launch of Good Information, lead Tara McGowan tweeted, "The broken, divisive information ecosystem in which we find ourselves today is an all-hands-on-deck challenge for American democracy." One thing that the hashtag Facebook papers make abundantly clear is that bad information flowing online is one of the gravest threats that we face as a society, she added. Despite this, Reid Hoffman himself has invested in Facebook. Hold on a minute. If you think that it's this place where bad information flows from, and your main job is you want to create good information, don't invest in the thing that's creating all the bad information. Otherwise, what people might start to think is, you don't care about good and bad information, you care about information that's favourable to you and making money. Good information, I don't like this language, I don't like that baby talk, good information, bad information. Oh, good information, that's bad information. Oh, bad information. When something calls itself something that blatant, I always think the opposite is true. Good Information will acquire Courier Newsroom from Acronym for an undisclosed sum, Axios reported. Courier Newsroom is uniquely equipped to fulfil Good Information's mission statement of cutting through the echo chambers with fact-based information. At the time of this article's publication, the top story from the network featured on their website instructed readers on the right way to eat candy corn. Yeah, that's good information, because what I find during this pandemic and the accompanying regulation and the ubiquitous culture war and the outs around ecology and economy and inequality is like, how do I eat candy corn the right way? I mean, yeah, I can eat it, but am I eating it the right way? Won't someone please give me some good information? God, there's old candy corn in my eyeballs. The seemingly banal story was in fact of a cynical strategy McGowan has honed on Facebook and other social media sites, spin out media outlets in Swiss states with seemingly local flavour, draw in unsuspecting audiences with clickbait articles, then mobilise readers ahead of elections with aggressive political content. Oh, you vicious bastards. That's exactly what you think they're doing. Do you worry about the right way to eat candy corn? Yeah, I do. I'm just a lovely guy just trying to get through life eating candy corn. Right, good. Listen, only vote for these bunch of bastards, won't you? Was you gonna vote for those guys? Do you think they know how to eat candy corn? No, it's these guys. Lovely old Joe, Hillary, all them. Hey, look, we're eating candy corn good. Oh, wait, that wrong hole. Oh, no, Joe's choking on candy corn. The army. Here, come here. He'll be okay. He'll be okay. Good Information is much more than another partisan op. It's a domestic echo of the aggressive information warfare operations that billionaire activists like Soros and mogul Pierre Omidyar have sponsored abroad, usually alongside US intelligence cutouts in the service of imperial goals. And this time, the target is the American public. Glenn Greenwald writes, "Hello, Glenn. So often what is meant by harmful speech that needs to be curtailed is the byproduct of high ideological and political frameworks. We should not allow power-hungry schemes of political censorship to be rebranded as noble campaigns for public safety." It's just nonsense, isn't it?
Hello, we're the Good Information people. We just want you to eat your candy corn the right way, and to make sure also, as a side note, that you only ever vote in favour of our interests while you're eating your candy corn, which remember, we're the guys who told you how to eat that the right way, so you wouldn't want to upset us, would you, with the bad information? Ah, bad information! Bad information!
And if we're going to have real debates about what is and what is not harmful content that must be banished from the internet under the penalty of criminal prosecution, and that should at very least be a collective judgment, not one dominated by a tiny handful of multi-billionaires who use their bottomless wealth in the dark to shape society to conform to their ideological preferences and other interests. Multi-billionaires already wield far too much power as it is. Yeah, you've got too much power. But could I have some more? What if I helped you to eat your candy corn properly? Multi-billionaires can and do buy television outlets and finance media companies and single-handedly create powerful NGOs and advocacy groups to control public debate. There is virtually no limit on their ability to dominate political debate except one: the internet. As they know, is one of the few tools, arguably the only one, that can level the playing field, that can allow non-billionaires a fighting chance to be heard above the systems they erect and control. The absolute last thing we should want or tolerate is for those same billionaires scheming to control the internet to eliminate the last vestige where dissent and free thought that is not subject to their oligarchical control can still thrive. There you go, Glenn Greenwald there, that enemy of democracy, standing up against good information. Bad information. So, what do you think about George Soros and his good information versus bad information campaign? Do you think that when issues of regulation come up about the internet, that the regulation is always about impeding your free speech, not about impeding the ability of big tech to capture your data, sell it to advertisers or give it to government or use it to cajole and control you? Where do you sit on this complex debate? Let me know in the comments below. Give us a thumbs up, subscribe to my channel, turn on the notification bell so we can communicate continually. If you enjoyed this video, have a look at this one, it's almost as good. And why don't you sign up to my Awakening Side channel where you can learn to meditate yourself a little bit of the old inner peace rocking along. Sign up to my mailing list as well so I can tell you what I'm thinking, what I'm reading, what I'm up to all the time. And if you're in the UK between January and May, come see me, particularly in early February. I'm at the Hammersmith Apollo. It's going to be fantastic. See you there. Stay free.
A day to help people customize and save with Liberty Mutual. Whoa.
On booters, and I'm wondering, given the For President's apparent change in tune on this issue over the last week, has there been any contact between President Biden and the former president or your teams?
No, but we are grateful that the former president got the booster. We're also grateful that he made clear in a recent interview that they're effective and they're safe. And that's an important message for anyone to hear. This is not a partisan issue. This is about saving lives, communicating accurate information, pushing back against inaccurate information, and in this particular case, the former president did that. Go ahead.
With the former president defending vaccines, Tuesday, President Biden mentioned that's one of the only things that he agrees with Trump on. Would the White House consider a partnership with the former president to get some of those folks, the vaccine hesitant, to actually get the jab?
I don't know that we think it requires a partnership. I think we believe that, the former president being out there and stating what is factually accurate about the efficacy of vaccines, of getting boosted, which he recently did, of course, is a good thing, right? And it's a good thing to have a range of voices out there. Democrats, Republicans, independents, celebrities, non-celebrities, whomever people will be listening to out in the country. We continue to believe that the most effective voices are local voices, local people. That's who everybody listens to, people in their community, your neighbor, your friend, your cousin, your pediatrician. But certainly we would applaud and have the former president's comments.
With regards to the new initiative, how many tests will American be able to get?
It's a great question. It's something that we're looking to finalize guidance on, and we'll have that available as soon as it's ready.
So lastly, you talked about the rise in Delta and Omicron and how there were steps taken based off that.
Yeah.
But what we heard from some viewers is that, look, they feel like we're back here again because last year's holidays people were rushing to get tests, and so for them this could be predictable because so many people are trying to matter. And the question is, again, why wasn't there some foresight? Or for them, it seems like there might not have been foresight with meeting the demand of the holiday season.
Well, I don't think last Christmas people were rushing to get tests because I don't think there were, maybe there was one, I'm not sure, over-the-counter approved test. Last Christmas, there were not vaccines available to the country, right? And what the CDC was advising was that people should not even gather with their family members. Certainly, they shouldn't travel. Now we're at the point where 200 million Americans are fully vaccinated. We have ample vaccines, we have ample boosters, we have supply of masks. We just ordered a historic sized set of tests so that people have those across the country. And even without that, we've sent 50 million tests out to community health centers. We've opened 20,000 testing sites. We've worked with FEMA. We're opening more testing sites across the country. So people will be able to gather with their family members. Are we through the pandemic? No, we're not. But we are in a very different place than we were 1 year ago today. Go ahead.
Can I ask, Intel found itself in some hot water overnight over a statement they put out around supply chains in Xinjiang, and they're worried. And then they have to apologize to China and the Chinese people. Of course, the U.S. views what's happening in Xinjiang as a genocide, as you called it. How concerned are you that more American companies are going to find themselves sort of trapped in this situation, in particular with the signing of the Uyghur bill today by the president?
Well, I can't speak to the specific situation with one company, but I can say as a general matter that we believe the private sector and the international community should oppose the PRC's weaponizing of its market to stifle support for human rights. We also think that American companies should never feel the need to apologize for standing up for fundamental human rights or opposing repression. As we've said before, we call on all industries to ensure that they are not sourcing products that involve forced labor, including forced labor from Xinjiang. The reality is that companies that fail to address forced labor and other human rights abuses in their supply chains face serious legal risk, reputational and customer risks, not just in the United States, but in Europe and other regions of the world. So that's broadly how we feel.
Say briefly whether anyone in the administration spoke with any Chinese counterparts before the signing of this bill. Is there a concern that China will be upset by the president signing this bill? Was there any effort to smooth that over or smooth it over?
We had announced our support or intention to sign the bill. I can certainly check if there was any diplomatic engagement around that, but that was, of course, prior to today. And certainly we have made no secret of our concerns. The president has spoken to them. We worked and gathered the G7 leaders to sign a statement on this about the human rights abuses in Xinjiang. So I don't know that it's a surprise. He signs bills on camera, off camera, sometimes on camera. We support the bill, and obviously we've been leading the effort in the world to call out human rights abuses. Go ahead.
With the spread of the Omicron variant, can you speak to changes that you all here at the White House have made? I know yesterday we saw a number of the CEOs and other folks that the president met with virtually. Have you guys reduced the footprint in the White House or returned to Zoom meetings? Can you talk a little about White House changes?
We already have very strict protocols in place here at the White House above and beyond what even is advised by the CDC. Obviously, we all wear masks. Anytime you're going to meet with the president, you are tested. Anytime you're going to travel with the president, you are tested. There are probably fewer people here as people have joined their families for the holidays, but we haven't made any policy changes at this point in time. If it's advised by the CDC, we would do, and certainly we will continue to evaluate what we need to do to keep people in the workplace safe.
Zoom meeting yesterday was like a safety precaution, would you say, or was it a logistical reason?
We actually do meetings with CEOs or others frequently on Zoom. Sometimes it's harder for them to travel, but I'm not aware of that decision being made for safety reasons.
Yesterday, the NBC director was wearing a mask as he sat on the stage opposite the president. Was there a particular reason? I know he was very far away from President Biden.
We wear masks in meetings. That is what we do in the White House, or have been doing in the White House, and that has been our protocol. Go ahead.
Civil rights activists are calling for action on voting rights legislation by MLK Day. Does the president believe that's realistic or possible, and is he committed to that timeline?
The president is going to continue to work with Leader Schumer and his team and other Democrats in the Senate to move this forward. I'm not going to give a new timeline or an additional timeline from here. I certainly know there are a lot of passionate advocates out there who have been out there protesting and calling for movement on this. We agree with and understand that, but we'll be working in lockstep with Leader Schumer's office and moving forward.
We've now seen a second COVID-19 treatment pill approved by the government. What is the administration doing to make sure there aren't shortages, or they can address the already existing shortages of those pills? And can you just clarify, will both pills be free for all Americans?
I believe so, and I will quadruple check that, but that has always been our approach. I would note that what we have done is we have purchased 10 million of the Pfizer doses. We know that just over 250,000 of those will be available in January. We will not get the full package of that, I think, until the summer. We've also purchased 3 million Merck doses, which were just approved today, and we expect to get the majority of those by the end of January. I think it's important to note what Dr. Fauci has said a number of times, just in terms of expectations for the American people. It's a very complicated synthetic process to make specifically the Pfizer antiviral. All tools are on the table, including the use of the Defense Production Act to get Pfizer the things they need produced as antiviral as quickly as possible, but it takes a significant amount of time to do that. That's just science, and we have purchased as much as we can purchase, but you know, we just want to set that expectation. The most important step people can take is to get vaccinated and get boosted.
Really quickly on the Fed vacancies, because I have to ask, do you expect a decision before the end of the year?
I don't have any update for you, but I know we're eager to get those out to all of you, especially many who are very focused on understandably. Go ahead.
In that interview with ABC, the president was asked about vaccine requirements possibly for domestic travel, and he said that the team deemed it not necessary. What is the logic of having it necessary for international travel, whether it's Americans or foreigners, with testing and vaccine requirements, but not for domestic travel when you see the numbers of travelers, especially right now during the holidays?
Sure. I would say that we still require masks on airplanes, of course. We've also increased the fee if people do not wear masks on airplanes. In terms of international travel, part of the effort has been related to the number of variants that are out there, and we see them differently. Rules, as you know, for international travel are different because international travelers must be vaccinated and tested within 1 day of departure to help keep COVID cases out of this country and delay any new possible variant from coming into the country. So we have not at this point, aside from masking, put in place additional steps for domestic travel.
A question on Russia. A few days ago, I think you said that you didn't want to put a deadline on those negotiations, those talks, and how it goes forward with the situation at the border with Ukraine. Does that mean that you guys are okay with the status quo? Like, how long is can this situation be tenable, even if Russia doesn't take that extra step?
We have talks that will be in January. We just haven't finalized the details of those, so that's really the next step. Okay, thanks everyone. Merry Christmas to those who celebrate. And Happy New Year. Last briefing of 2021. Don't look so sad, everyone. Thank you, guys. Have a happy holiday.
Here's what $5 a month with Lemonade covers.
Saw Jesus. That's an ad hoc assumption that Eric and other apologists regularly make. Without more information on Luke's authorship, it's equally as likely that Luke's author either just made stuff up or he got his information directly from an eyewitness. So, I mean, I can't say that Luke is making everything up, but I also can't denote what could be true about Luke's story. So, Luke's gospel is utterly useless to us as a historical source. But if you consider the already established facts surrounding Luke's authorship, you'll find that it's far more likely that Luke was making up his own narrative in order to correct Matthew's gospel. None of this makes Luke's author habitually honest. In fact, it shows us that Luke's author cannot be trusted to give us good historical information.
And if the Apostle Matthew is one of the 12, certainly he'd have some insider access too. In addition, some particular pointers of authenticity can be seen in the infancy accounts themselves.
Well, If that's the case, then why are the birth narratives so radically different in each gospel? Why is there a 10-year separation from both accounts? Why does Matthew record a slaughter of the innocents, but Luke doesn't find that all that important to talk about? Instead, we get this meaningless census that doesn't make sense, which doesn't even appear in Matthew's gospel. Apologists like Eric here have all answered these questions with non-evidence-based answers. They will argue that just because Matthew's account does not record a census doesn't mean that one doesn't exist. So therefore, it probably did exist. At that very last point there, that's where the logic fails. Because while I agree that just because Matthew's gospel does not record a census, that doesn't mean that one didn't occur. It also doesn't mean that one definitely did occur, or even most probably did occur. I have to admit that it would be a lot harder to argue against this fact if Matthew had just placed his Jesus living at the same time as Luke, or Luke had placed Jesus living and being born at the same time as Matthew. Then I think that they would have a much easier time defending that position. If you want to know how these apologists often get around this 10-year time span that differentiates both birth narratives, I have a whole video on that on this channel. It'll be up in the cards or down in the description. Check it out when you get a chance. Apologists trying to reconcile these two different birth narratives oftentimes have to literally ignore information and postulate possibilities while representing them as the most probable resolution.
The following here are some highlights gleaned from Dr. Lydia McGrew. I'll be including a playlist from her channel that you'll want to check out in its entirety. Defending the birth narratives you can find in the description. McGrew points out that if these were made-up accounts, they're not at all something that would appeal to a Gentile or Jewish audience. Let's think about a Jewish audience for just a moment. In his book, Who is Jesus? Scholar N.T. points out that the virgin birth story would have triggered a Jewish audience because the Almighty caused an unwed teenage girl to get pregnant. And even though the accounts aren't sexual at all, there could be some first century Jewish sentiment that this was getting a little too close to paganism.
The entire Jesus story is pretty close to paganism. That's because the first century Jewish Christians syncretized Judaism with a number of pagan concepts. Justin Martyr, in his first apology, sections 21 and 22, have this to say. When we say that the Logos, who is the firstborn of God, Jesus Christ our teacher, was produced without sexual union, and was crucified and died and rose again, and ascended to heaven, we propound nothing new or different from what you believe regarding those whom you call sons of God. In fact, if anybody objects that our God was crucified, this is in common with the sons of Zeus, as you call them, who suffered, as previously listed. Since their fatal sufferings are all narrated as not similar but different, so his unique passion should not seem to be any worse. Indeed, I will show, as I have undertaken, and as the argument proceeds, that he was better, for Jesus is thus shown to be better by his actions. You know, it's kind of hard to argue against Justin Martyr, one of the most prominent early church fathers. So, the Jesus story from conception to resurrection is clearly close in line with paganism already. And the first Christians really didn't have a problem with that because Jesus was supposed to be better than the pagans. And there were some Jews that were not convinced of the Jesus story. The landscape of Jewish ideas in the first century was incredibly varied. There was no monolithic idea of Jewish ideas and expectations like Eric and a number of other apologists would like you to think. And obviously some Jews were perfectly fine with syncretizing Judaism with a number of pagan concepts. Philo of Alexandria and Paul were independently doing this very thing. And just like Justin Martyr said, they were doing this to show that Judaism was better than paganism. They had all the same ideas and concepts in their own scriptures, but it was better because they were Jewish. So you can see how this whole idea that the Jews wouldn't have accepted such a story unless it was definitely true is just ridiculous. Some Jews believed it and some Jews didn't. Sounds like every other crazy fucking faith.
The miraculous births of Isaac, Samuel, or even John the Baptist all involved a human dad. The notion that Yahweh is causing conception even by overshadowing of the Holy Spirit isn't something that a Jewish audience is going to find all that attractive.
Technically with Isaac, Sarah was only able to conceive and give birth because of God's help. Sarah was barren and unable to conceive, but God made it possible. In the same way, God magically impregnated Mary. This was all done to emphasize God's role in the action. Sarah was barren and couldn't bear children because of that, and Mary couldn't bear children because she was a virgin. So his distinction here doesn't really make a lot of sense. Also, it kind of seems like Eric is implying that the virgin birth narrative was around since the conception of Christianity. It wasn't. The virgin birth narrative didn't make its appearance until the 80s with Matthew's husband, who attributed the entire narrative to, you guessed it, scriptures. All this took place to fulfill what the Lord had said through the prophets. The virgin will conceive and give birth to a son, and they will call him Emmanuel, which means God with us. Matthew 1:22-23. Mark doesn't have a virgin birth, but rather focuses on the Epiphany. That's when the archangel Messiah figure inhabited the body of a human man just after he was baptized in the Jordan by John the Baptist. The earliest Christians were convinced of Christianity by an adoptionist type of theology, considering that Jewish kings were regularly anointed and adopted as the Son of God. This was a fairly easy concept for them to get used to. And even prior to Mark's gospel in the 70s, there wasn't even an epiphany. Paul only ever attests to a divine being of Jesus and nothing historical. So really, the first Christians that spread the faith believed in a purely celestial Jesus that was killed by Satan and his demons, and then subsequently resurrected in a celestial realm. By the time that Matthew's account was being written, they weren't only concerned with convincing Jews to become Christian. They were trying to appeal to a wider audience to include pagans. Having a savior that embodied similar ideas made it a lot easier for them to convert Gentiles to the faith. But ultimately, they were syncretizing these pagan ideas with Judaism, so it was ultimately all Jewish anyways. So they could still convince Jews to follow this path, but they opened up their audience to include pagans as well. That's why you also have this traversal of Jesus' genealogy that traces him directly back to David. Eric goes on to defend the prophecy of the virgin birth contained in Isaiah 7:14, which is what Matthew. Personally, I think a nuanced position on this verse is why. Specifically, the original author of this verse did not intend it to be a messianic prophecy. And for sure, a lot of Jews never considered it to be messianic for the longest time. Later, Jews and Jewish Christians who were in the midst of reinterpreting Old Testament scripture came to understand this passage as messianic. And Eric does do a good job of defending the messianic prophecy of Isaiah 7:14. As I said before, it's very important to understand that the views of the Jewish people at this time were incredibly varied. There was no monolithic set of views that all Jews strictly adhered to. Some were convinced that this passage was messianic, and others were not. I think that it's very important to understand what the original author meant, being that it wasn't messianic, but also it's very important to understand how first century Christians would have reinterpreted that passage to be about a messianic figure.
Matthew undoubtedly tried to appeal to a Jewish audience with his references to Old Testament prophecy, but Isaiah 7:14 wasn't a passage he would have reached for unless the story was based on real events. He would have worked with something else if he was really trying to craft a story.
What else would he have worked with exactly? This just seems to be an unsubstantiated hand-waving away of the uncomfortable fact that Matthew cites scripture instead of a real historical source. Just saying that the Jews wouldn't have accepted this story unless it was true is not evidence, especially considering all of the counter-evidence surrounding the fact that there was no monolithic set of views held by all Jews. Also, the two independent Jewish leaders, Philo and Paul, syncretizing Judaism with paganism disproves Eric on this point as well. How can you say that the Jews wouldn't have accepted a virgin birth because it was too close to paganism when it was the Jews that initially syncretized Judaism with pagan concepts? I don't think that you can say that because it literally makes no sense.
Okay, with that side journey out of the way, what about this story appealing to pagans? Well, it's not going to be very attractive to them either. In pagan mythology, when a god impregnates a woman, it's all, well, let's just say not safe for work and pretty steamy. Sometimes the god will come in a form of an animal so that he's not recognized, or there's the myth of Danae and Zeus's shower of gold. The Gospels are simple, sober, and have no similarity to these kinds of, stories.
That's not accurate, because he's forgetting a crucial fact here. Judaism was syncretized with pagan concepts. Syncretization is not copying. There are going to be differences that are going to make both stories not exactly the same. This is another apologetic trick that a lot of people like to play. Apologists will claim that if two stories aren't exactly the same, then there's no way that one couldn't have inspired the other. This concept utterly fails when we apply it to stories that we know are based off of previous stories. Like The Lion King being based on Hamlet. West Side Story was based on Romeo and Juliet. You have the exact same story structure for both stories, and that clues us into the fact that one most likely inspired the other. Getting one or two story points correct could be coincidence. But when you get every single major plot point in the exact same order in both stories, that is most likely not a coincidence. The fact is that there are two components to the virgin birth that clues into how it was constructed. First is the sexless conception, and second is remaining a virgin after giving birth. The ancient landscape of gods and goddesses definitely have either one of these requirements or both. Perseus is a great example of this, and one that was somewhat mentioned by Eric. Perseus was conceived when gold droplets fell on Danae's womb and impregnated. This is quite similar to how the Holy Spirit was used to impregnate Mary. And just like Mary, Danae remained a virgin after giving birth to Perseus. And if you disagree about this birth being a virgin birth, just like Jesus, then you're going to have to take that up with Justin Martyr. When I hear, Trypho, that Perseus was begotten of a virgin, I understand that the deceiving serpent counterfeited also this. So basically, the only way that Justin could reconcile the fact that Perseus was born of a virgin before Jesus was born of a virgin is to ad hoc suppose that the devil came in and made the story up just so that it could somehow demean Jesus's virgin birth. In ancient Egypt, we have the goddess Neith, who spontaneously generates gods all the time, Ra included, and she consistently remains a virgin. So there are several examples of full-on virgin births that existed prior to Jesus's birth in the birth narratives. All this shows is that it was popular to have virgin births in your religion. And of course, Jesus' virgin birth is going to be different than the other virgin births, like the difference between the gold droplets and the Holy Spirit. That's because Judaism was syncretized with these pagan concepts. That is how syncretism works.
Luke simply says that the power of the highest will overshadow Mary, and she responds with, "Be it unto me according to your word." So what about Christians? Would these stories be something that Christians would find very attractive?
Yes, obviously they would. Jews and Jewish Christians were making these stories up to one-up the pagans and prove to people that Christianity was better than paganism. They did this all the time. So yes, obviously they would find this attractive.
No, I'm afraid that these stories lack apologetic punch because they raise unfulfilled hopes that Christians writing later would recognize. For example, let's listen to what the angel reportedly says to the Virgin Mary at the Annunciation. Luke 1:31 through 33 reads, "And behold, you will conceive in your womb and give birth to a son, and you will name him Jesus. And he will be great and will be called the Son of the Most High. And the Lord God will give him the throne of his father David. And he will reign over the house of Jacob forever, and his kingdom will have no end." A Jewish audience would think, I don't see any earthly kingdom. Mary herself might have initially expected an earthly kingdom when he allegedly uttered these words. But by the time Christianity is founded, it's quite obvious that Jesus didn't set up an earthly kingdom.
Well, keep in mind that apologetics is just the defense of some ideas. I would think that the virgin birth would have a lot of apologetic punch, considering the fact that the prophets supposedly predicted that the Messiah would be born of a virgin, and then he was, supposedly. How would this not defend the accuracy of the religion? I mean, this would show that Judaism, and Christianity for that matter, would have had the best prophets. They would have had the true prophets. How does this not provide apologetic punch? And another thing that confuses me is that a lot of apologists would say that the fulfillment of Scripture is a major thing that proves Christianity is true. So I really don't understand what Eric is talking about here. Also, I'm not exactly sure why Eric thinks that this is an explicit reference to an earthly kingdom. An eternal kingdom that Jesus would preside over sounds a lot more like a celestial kingdom than an earthly one, considering that Luke's gospel just copies off of Matthew's gospel. It's quite apparent that it was never meant to be an earthly kingdom. It was always meant to be a celestial one.
Christians claim that he rose from the dead. He wasn't physically present in the early church. Despite having a kingdom that will last forever, he doesn't reign visibly on the throne of his father David. Why would you include that if you're making up a story? Why not rather say he reigned over a heavenly kingdom? His kingdom will not be of this world. You could easily substitute that in if you're just inventing something.
Again, the authors always describe this kingdom that Jesus was to preside over as being eternal. Why would anybody interpret that kingdom to be an earthly one? When you consider that Christianity originally started out as a mystery cult, the cryptic wording they chose makes a lot more sense. Jesus even says in Mark's gospel that the true meaning of Christianity is hidden behind parables. Outsiders were not meant to understand these parables or the meaning of Christianity. So they didn't explicitly say these things because it wouldn't be a mystery. Now, would it?
Let's also consider Zechariah's song in Luke 1:68-75. After the birth of John the Baptist, he said, "Blessed be the Lord God of Israel, for he has visited and redeemed his people, and has raised up a horn of salvation for us in the house of his servant David, as he spoke by the mouth of his prophets from old, that we should be saved from our enemies, and from the hand of all who hate us, to show mercy, promise to our fathers, and to remember his holy covenant, the oath that he swore to our father Abraham, to grant us that we, being delivered from the hand of our enemies, might serve him without fear, in holiness and righteousness before him all our days." If Luke was writing after the destruction of Jerusalem, these words don't make any sense.
How does it not make sense exactly? On the face of it, it does sound kind of like a military messiah that's predicted to come, like a lot of Jews were thinking. But the deeper meaning behind this portion is about how Jesus is going to deliver us from our enemy Satan. That's one of those pesky fucking things that the Jews borrowed from Zoroastrianism. This whole speech sounds exactly like someone making shit up in order for people to be more accepting of the religion. I feel like this entire section is leading up to an apologetic that Luke was written before 70 CE. That doesn't make a lot of sense considering all the surrounding facts that definitely places Luke's gospel after 93 CE.
The Romans destroyed Jerusalem. They brutally murdered thousands of Jews and enslaved thousands more. The temple, the sacrifice, and the priesthood were finished. How in the world is this salvation from our enemies? Why invent something that so obviously didn't seem to pan out?
Because the actual meaning of the enemies in this section are Satan and his demons. When Jesus performs miracles against his enemies, it's not the Romans that he's performing miracles against. It's Satan and his demons. Also, Jesus said that the temple would fall. Christians saw this as prophecy come true. It's actually one of the key factors that clues us in to Mark's gospel being written after the Jerusalem temple fell. Part of Christian theology is that Jesus was going to destroy this earthly temple and create an eternal and celestial temple that couldn't be destroyed. I mean, this is basic Christian theology 101. Eric continues to act like the only reason why the gospel authors would report any of this is because it had to be true. And that's kind of a lame excuse. Christianity was fairly established by the time that the gospels were even being written. Yet Eric treats Christianity as if the theology developed all at once.
And if Luke was written before the fall of Jerusalem, we know that things were still not safe for the Jews running up to the Jewish war. There's very little apologetic value here.
As denoted by Paul, the Jews were persecuting the Christians. Why would this not be a valuable apologetic? Jewish persecution would have been even more evidence that God was punishing them for fucking up on worshiping him. This happens several times in the Old Testament, so the Jews should really be expecting this kind of treatment from God. So again, I ask, how does this not provide any apologetic value?
So what about Matthew? Well, Matthew has an angel telling Joseph, "And you shall name him Jesus, and he will save his people from their sins." This sounds very Christian, salvation from sins, but Joseph would have heard his people as the Jews. The Christian message is about just saving Jews from their sins, but the sins of the entire world. And when the Magi come to Herod and Matthew, they say, "Where is he who has been born King of the Jews?"
Again, This is classic mystery cult doublespeak. While it sounds like he's talking about the Jews being people, it's really just all baptized Christians. At least according to Paul it's that way, because Paul says that every baptized Christian is part of the family of God and is thus a brother or sister of Jesus, because Jesus is the firstborn of many brethren. I think that would definitely make you part of Jesus' people.
And in the historical context in which Matthew's gospel was published, Jesus isn't ruling an earthly Jewish kingdom. There's no need to invent this story if you're just making it up. In fact, you could skip the Herod part entirely and just have the Magi come straight to Bethlehem. They could mention the star that led them to Jesus without referring to him as the King of the Jews, including the mention of someone who is born King of the Jews invites someone to ask, so why is he the King of the Jews then?
If Matthew were to do that, then he would lose this connection that he's building between Jesus and Moses. Matthew was concerned with portraying Jesus as the new Moses. That's why Matthew's birth narrative mirrors Moses' birth narrative, which is also mirrored off of Sargon of Akkad's birth narrative. Also, rewriting the story in the way that Eric supposes would explain why Jesus supposedly comes from Nazareth. How about we pull an explanation right out of our ass for that too?
Dr. Leah McGrew sums these points up nicely when she says, these stories look early. They look like things that are being told initially in a pre-Christian Jewish context rather than things that Christians are making up with hindsight.
So the assumption made here is that these accounts of Jesus' birth were told and propagated prior to Jesus' death. The only records that we have show that these narratives didn't exactly exist when Christianity began. In fact, nobody seemed to even care about Jesus' birth until the 80s. That's 50 years after his supposed death, and it's more than enough time for those legendary aspects to develop. Also, they look early doesn't trump real evidence that we have in Paul. Paul never mentions the birth of Jesus. If the virgin birth was all that significant as Eric makes it out to be, we should definitely hear about the birth of Jesus from Paul. Not even Mark was concerned with the birth of Jesus, so it seems like even if Jesus was really born, his birth was not all that miraculous.
There is, for example, no reference to Isaiah 53, a favorite passage of the early Christians. There is no reference to the suffering servant. There are no references that you could have easily woven into the stories in hindsight. This is something that you're making up. These, therefore, don't look like a later Christian apologetic. We don't have to take the birth narratives on blind faith. They are historically plausible narratives that are unlikely to be made up by a couple of Christians inventing fiction to make Jesus' origin story look more impressive. Don't let skeptics bah-hug your Christmas.
Isaiah 53 is basically the Christian message contained in the Old Testament scripture. So every time that Paul alludes to the suffering, death, and resurrection of Jesus, he gets that information from Isaiah 53. The Gospels also use Isaiah 53 in order to construct their passion narrative. So Isaiah 53 and the suffering servant are everywhere in the New Testament. Nothing about the birth narratives are plausible unless you believe in magic. It's all syncretized with pagan ideas in order to make Christianity look better than both Judaism and paganism. They weren't lying necessarily because they weren't trying to deceive people. They were telling what they thought was the truth about the Savior of Christianity. Matthew emphasized the idea that Jesus was the new Moses. And Luke was trying to emphasize the idea that Jesus was the new Elisha. So, as you can tell, Eric seems to be towing a somewhat fundamentalist view of the birth narratives and the Gospels in general. He was trying to suggest that Luke was written before 70 CE. But that couldn't be the case because Mark was definitely written after 70 AD, and Luke is based off of both Matthew and Mark. It's ridiculous to suggest that Luke actually talked to Mary. It is not in evidence anywhere.
All right. I'm gonna go have me some lunch. I'll be back up here later. Peace out, guys.